200,000 vote leads over Ted Cruz, 10%. This was the race that everybody was talking about, saying the Democrats can really try and pick up a massive historic win here. So far, it's got 200,000 vote lead with 1% or so the vote. Don't get your hopes up, but that's a good start for him so far. Also, Tennessee votes just came in. Marsha Blackburn, who really needs to win this, because if she loses this, that's a big loss for Republicans. Has a good lead so far. In Florida, Rick Scott has just retaken the lead, 50.1% to Bill Nelson's 49.9%. Look at how close it is. And this is something that was, said in 2016 so often with these sorts of races, but really, really close there. In Indiana, Mike Braun still has a very good lead. 33% of the vote there is in. In West Virginia, Joe Manchin, so it's a fairly good lead there. 1% of the votes is in. We're starting to get the Northeast now. In New Jersey, therefore, let me go over it. Bob Huggin, very early lead there. Only 0.1% of the precinct reporting, but very early lead there. And also, it looks like they are confident enough to do some projections, so we'll do that as well. And we can now project that in Rhode Island, in the lovely small state of Rhode Island, Sheldon Whitehouse will be going back to the United States Senate with a win over Robert Flanders. In Massachusetts, Elizabeth Warren has won, obviously, over Jeff Dehow. There was never a race, was never supposed to be a race, and that is a very easy projection to give for you there. And also, I think we did this earlier, but in Ohio, just to say it again, Sherrod Brown wins the Senate race there in Ohio, and that is what we got right now at this hour in the United States Senate. Democrats have gained 2 seats so far. They're on 27. Republicans are on 22. You need 51 to win control of the United States Senate. And it's interesting, really is. And also, we'd like to welcome our very good friend, Mr. ATC 1579. Welcome, sir. Hello. Welcome to Election Night in America. Toast up again, because I'm sure more have just came in. Yes. Let's take a look. I'm not going to do a huge projection thing again. It just takes too long. Democrats have won 27 according to Politico, 24 for Republicans. Democrats are leading in 31. Republicans are leading in 70 so far. In fact, the House has just gone back down to one game seat. No nut change in the Senate. And that's about it. We're still looking at the gubernatorial. It looks like in Georgia it's still too early to call, but a new race actually if we can. If there actually is any good races. There's Florida we already talked about. Don't really know if there's anything up the northeast in terms of the gubernatorial that actually really matters.
All right, Mark, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yep,
Let's go take a look at Florida.
I've got my stream up and going. I'm gonna dig into some of these numbers as well.
Wonderful. If you want to go watch him, it's twitch.tv/squishchain. Squishchain on Twitch. And go watch him. He's also going to be diving into the numbers and results and all that. What does it all mean? He can actually, interpret it way better than me as well. Like, oh wow, this actually is like a good or bad thing or whatever. But here's a look at the gubernatorial. Oh wow, look at this! Even in the gubernatorial race, Ron DeSantis has taken the lead, which is shocking because
That's in the Georgia race, right?
well, in the Georgia race, Camp has the lead, but it's still early there.
Oh
But
yeah, that's
no, 60.
Florida.
Yes, in Florida, 64% is in now, and Ron DeSantis has a 0.4% lead, and that's pretty massive. And you know, a lot of people voted early, so this is why so much of it is in already. But all of the counties are reporting, I believe, now, all except for I think Okaloosa, Holmes County, Washington County, and Calhoun County. But you know what John King would be saying right now? Go look at Miami-Dade County. What's going on down there? Gillum 59-39. That's not really that much. And 74.5% is in. That's probably what he would be saying. He'd be saying Gillum needs to run it up in those counties. Let's take a look at Broward County. Gillum 69-30, a bit better, but see, here's the thing: if Gillum does not run it up in those counties, then he could possibly be in trouble. But looking at, say, the northern bit, and this is what John King was talking about earlier, uh, you know, the more these become 100%, and you know, the really good for DeSantis. I mean, this could be 2016 all over again in Florida. The way it's looking right now, it's looking really similar to 2016. Here's Bradford, which is already in. 73.3% Ron DeSantis got in that. Uh, Alachua is just, I don't know where that is, but just southwest of Jacksonville there. Gillum 6236 must be some sort of urban area there, but can't really think of which one it is. Tallahassee, where Gillum, of course, was the mayor of Tallahassee there. 62. Why does it keep doing that? 62.8%, 36.3%. And that's fine, but probably could run it up even more. Orlando, 61.37. Well, anyway, regardless, if. Alright, we'll see you later, Dylan. Thank you for coming. So here's the thing: if Ron DeSantis can run us up here in this Panhandle region, Taylor County's a great example, 76-22 there. Then he could possibly try and claw his way towards a victory. It's still possible. Still possible. We have some results coming in from Illinois now. All of them are Democrats so far. This will excite KLM from Virus City's stream very much. In fact, for some reason, I need to refresh my Twitch page here. It wasn't showing the stream there. But Illinois 6th, 8th, 11th, and 14th. All right now for the Democrat that might already be projected. You never know. But we got some results from Oklahoma, and surprisingly, small little lead in Oklahoma's 5th there. Kendra Horn, that was never supposed to happen, but it's 0.0%. So, you know, we'll give the, you know, benefit that, you know, not even close to getting to all those Republican ones yet. Kansas. And by the way, if I just check my map, I can call another projection here. No, I got to wait to 9, which is the light blue states there. Light blue. But out in, was that Congressional District 4 or something? Or was that 1? I don't remember. It's actually, it's on my thing here. In Congressional District 1 of Kansas. Results already? There actually is results already. Roger Marshall has the lead there. But we can't project that until 9 o'clock. Also in Pennsylvania, Mike Doyle wins there. Got 5 in Florida without counting, so I'm gonna probably start doing that. Am I missing any other states? Tennessee, all red there except for 1 not reporting. Alabama's already got projected in there. Mississippi's 3rd has started to come in now. Virginia's districts are right now. Democrats have gained 2 seats so far. To the state. Let's go back to CNN. Let's see if they're doing any projections. If not, if they're just talking, we'll go wait. I'll need to refresh though because it's just absolutely not having it right now. I'm really hope they're keeping an eye on Florida though. Really keeping an eye on Florida. Let's take a look at the Sunny. Is there more results? There is. It is more results. Let's go key race alert. And we have results now coming out of Michigan. John James, very early results there. Less than 1% in Michigan. That's looking to be a very, very easy Democratic pickup there in Michigan. And also we have results in Tennessee still coming in, 2.7% now. Marsha Blackburn is extending her lead. In Mississippi, David Berea has a very early lead on Roger Wicker, but I think it's going to be Wicker's there tonight. And also in the state of Texas, what's going on there? It's actually really close. That's the 1% going on so far. 51 to 48%. Let's take a look at the special election in Class 2. Mike Aspey has an early lead on Chris McDaniel. There's actually 4 people in that race there. And more coming out of the northeast now. Let's take a look at Maryland. Ben Cardin. Ben Cardin has been projected there. Very, very easy win for him. Delaware at large. Tom Kerper. He's going to win in Delaware for the Senate race there. In Connecticut, Chris Murphy gets a win there. In Rhode Island, Sheldon Whitehouse. I think we already did. And so that's an update there on your Senate race. No nut change so far. House Democrats have gained 2. I don't know what Squishin's doing. Might have to
I'm just
bring up the.
I'm just opening up some different pages. I'm having trouble loading Politico right now, but I've got Wikipedia and I'm gonna get Ballotpedia opened up right now.
I used a lot of Wikipedia getting ready for this election. If you haven't noticed already.
Yeah, that's
similar
one of the
colours, similar.
What's one of the main ones I use.
Let's show you the current United States Sunny. You can see a lot of this resembles Wikipedia here, especially that ringed Parliament diagram thing. And also in the House, I use for the House I use mapchart.net for that, but we still use the Wikipedia for that. Whatever you call that, semicircle. Update the gubernatorial race yet. Senate. See, things have updated and we haven't even changed it. Right, it just goes so fast. It is 8:30, I just realised. Let me go check my countdown. And the countdown has closed. And the polls are now closed in the state of Arkansas. Let's get a projection for you there. And in the House of Representatives for the state of Arkansas, the state has just closed there. We are able to project that all four of Arkansas's congressional districts will go towards the Republicans. All 4 will go to the Republicans. That is at the 8:30 p.m. poll closings. They are not doing anything in the Senate. I don't believe they're having any gubernatorial results, but we'll take a look over just in case they do. But that's at the 8:30 p.m. Poll closing, 7:30 Central Time. And actually, Arkansas does have a gubernatorial election, and we can now project that Asa Hutchinson, the GOP, will win the Arkansas gubernatorial election. Absolutely no race whatsoever there for Arkansas. We also have a key race alert for things coming out of Mississippi now.
Mark, you already have Politico open and going, right?
They do, and David Berea has extended his lead on Roger Wicker there, 253, 215, 8 for other, but we'll see if that changes soon. Just 0.1% of the polls reporting there. In New Jersey, Bob Hugging still has the lead there over Bob Manders. It's the battle of the Bobs. 16,936. Look how close it is. 16,911. 0.9% of the precincts reporting. And just like I talk, it goes back to Bob Manders. Menendez, sorry. That's going to be a race we're going to look at for quite some time tonight. In Michigan, and I thought this would happen, Debbie Stabenow has retaken the lead, and Dan just lost it. John James and Stabenow, it's neck and neck there right now, but was projected as a solid Democrat. Right now, Rick Scott still has the lead, but very little. About 20,000 votes over Bill Nielsen. 71% of the votes is in. This is actually getting a lot closer than we originally thought. Is another 2016 going to happen? We'll find out. It's 8:30 and you're watching Election Night in America on the Mark Rio 45 channel. We'll be right back in a moment with some more detail on our very good friend, Mr. Squish Chain.
All right, Mark. So yeah, I closed Politico since you have it open, and I have some tabs in Ballotpedia open as well as Wikipedia, and my own state Secretary of State website for Vermont.
Wait, I'm back. I just got some water. Sorry about that. Talking too, so I do apologise. There we go. Right, so you're listening to John King there at the war. He's probably one of the best out of all of the CNN panel. Really analyses the results fairly well. That's St. Petersburg. I've been there before. Real life, Pinellas County. It's a great place, but also very democratic. And there's Broward County. We were just talking about it. I told you, Broward County. Nielsen and Scott there. He needs to run it up. If he doesn't, it's going to be a problem. And I just heard from JP Post to become a CBC announcer. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that, especially when it comes to politics. But JP Post, I thank you for the compliment, sir. Thank you. House overall super close. I don't know for sure, but yeah, we're gonna have to look overall in a moment to see what's going on. They're doing it this year. Why are they doing it like that? I liked it how they did it in 2016, where it flips around all the states. I don't like it like that. It looks rather weird. But I like the new graphics on the board though. That looks really nice. It's nice and cool. DeSantis, look at this. Yeah, it's actually jumped up to 1.2% his lead. 92% reporting. And of course you can see Wolf Blitzer, he's starting to get worried now. He's like, oh shit, what's going on? But let's go and take a look back and see what the host is doing as they analyse all of that. Oh, I just saw another projection come in Indiana there, although we already did that earlier. Alabama, yeah, that's fine. Let's take a look at the Senate for Texas. Wow, look at this. I mean, yes, it is 1%, but Ted Cruz has just taken the lead. 1% has just came in. Look at this. Very close. 20,000 separate the two. Mississippi, Roger Wicker, there we go. He's just overtaken him. And this just became a little more rad, don't you think? Look at this. Michigan, John James. Got a good 3,000. Start off, yes, it's early. Mike Braun, nearly half the vote is in. That lead we were talking about at the start, it's actually staying that way. And I wonder if what Joe Donnelly said about splitting with the parties, I want to, fight for some of the Republican policies that, they were going on. He didn't want to be with the Democrats on certain issues. In that campaign commercial, if you remember, I might have hurt him a bit though. And Blackburn, what's going on? It's still really early, but yes, she also has a lead. It says the Democrats gained 3 seats, and I think that's because of the projection here of Pennsylvania, Bob Casey, with the win. But honestly, you know what? I'm not surprised because Pennsylvania's quickly shifted blue since that surprise in 2016. And that was the state that put him over the top as well in 2016. So Ted Cruz has a small lead now, very small, but I think it might be that other vote that might also make the difference. 15,000 there. Let's go. Let's go to a different gubernatorial result quickly. The next polls close in 22 minutes, 9 o'clock in several states. Let's take a look. Gubernatorial, Indiana or Kentucky. Let's take a look. You go to one of these other. Georgia again. It's probably not changed, but I honestly can't think of anything better than Georgia and Florida for the closest races. Because it's going to be a while until we get to Nevada, right? And, going to Missouri and all that. Actually, they might be able to get Missouri now. We'll have to see. But, oh, wow. A little bit more is in, 9%. I don't know if you're there, Squish Chain, but I guess you're analysing it too.
Yeah, I'm here just looking through the main Wikipedia page.
And he has a very good lead so far. 175,000 roughly, something like that. Let's take a look at Missouri now, because that is one of the toss-up races for this, and that is. Let's go take a look at it. Claire McCaskill. It's a bit like Hillary Clinton in a way. Just Hawley barely, if I remember correctly, edged out to win in the primaries, right? If I remember correctly, or am I thinking a different state? But it looks like there's nothing there. I'll have to wait for that, but that is also one of the races of the night. If I go back to my host forecast, what is of interest? Kansas is second. Kansas is second. Let's see if we got anything there. Looks like Steve Watkins is an early lead there. Iowa, but that's not going until I think 10 o'clock. That's a very late poll close. What about New York? I haven't really taken a look at New York. It's not really a particular interest, but it looks like there's nothing from New York yet. Yes, there's 9 o'clock. That's right. That's right. Texas, anything of interest? Not really. Okay, and most of Florida's projected now. What's outstanding? Okay, 15. We got 26. Look at how close it is. That's the toss-up of 26. And it just did that again. And now just flipped back. Look at that. Oh my gosh, it's flipping between Debbie Newcastle Powell and Carlos way, Caballo. So I'll have to keep an eye on that. And then finally, yeah, 15. Yeah, so it's just those two now. All right. In 2 seats so far. Sunny, no change. Ooh, he's getting interesting now. And also we have a projection for the Summit up in May. Just forgot to turn that on before I do that. Angus King, the independent up in Maine, generally caucuses with the Democrats, has won. Re-election there once again, along with, of course, Bernie Sanders. He's a neighbour to the southwest there. A very easy win over Eric Brackey there. 0.2% reporting, but Angus King very easily has won in Maine. Looking Texas. Beto has back up on top with 1%. And now we got Missouri in, just started to come in. McCaskill there. 1.5 there. Democrats have gained 3 seats in the House. Missouri seconds. It's looking like we can probably project that fairly soon though. Is a look into Summit, no? To getting results in that. Let's take a look. Stanley, not gubernatorial. My apologies. Must have been thinking about a different state. Okay. So now it looks like CNN is looking at Texas here, if they update it. Look at the, I mean, yes. Actually, it says, wait a minute, 46? 46% statewide? That's not right. That's not what I got. It says 1.1%, not 46%. Unless he's looking at a particular county or something. I don't know. I'm a little confused about that. Of course, it also is lagging a bit. I don't like that. But look at particular counties there. But basically, he's pretty close there. In Texas so far. Okay, let's take a look at that map for the 9 o'clock poll closings in 16 minutes. I'm going to get the clock comes away. Okay, it's actually almost 15 minutes. Right about now. 15 minutes underway there, and let me just update 30 anymore. Properties. There we go. That's now the 9 PM poll closings, and you know what? I'm going to fix it, gun. Fix the position. Like 1820 or something. Thing like that. Okay, 9 PM Eastern Time. The next poll's closed. In the light blue states, the states of Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, Congressional District number 1 in Kansas, all of Nebraska, Wyoming, South Dakota, Minnesota, Louisiana, Wisconsin, Congressional District number 1 of Michigan. I think that's number 1, and all of New York, and that will be quite a huge swab once again of congressional districts, House seats right there. And remember, you need 218 to win the win control of the House of Representatives. And we're going to see this story come to life. Early results from North Dakota, however, we cannot make a projection in North Dakota until the final polls close, which is not until 11 11 p.m. Eastern time. So it's actually out a little over 2 hours early. But Kevin Kramer out on top to start out in North Dakota. Republicans are doing generally better than I think they originally thought. Lines on, dude. That was 2 years ago. It's beautiful, Tad. Now. It's beautiful, Tad. He's changed. Apparently, apparently, the president's like, oh yeah, he's beautiful now. Absolutely wonderful person. We've completely forgotten about the 2016 campaign, but it looks like Ted Cruz is doing okay in Texas right now. 1.4%. He has a good solid 1% lead there. There is leading Missouri, which Donald Trump won. If I got this right, Donald Trump won Missouri by double digits 2016. It's pretty crazy. I don't know if Squish Chain can verify that for me, but I think
That sounds
I
about
think he
right.
won that by double digits, which is pretty crazy. Very, very red state, and it looks like they're going to
Yeah,
get
Missouri
San
and also
Francisco at this rate.
Missouri and Kansas, I heard, were going to be pretty competitive, more than people were expecting this year.
And Kansas, of course, not doing the Senate, but they are doing the House. And in fact, on the House forecast, we were talking about that. Yeah, Kansas second and third, the leaning and likely Democrat.
Yeah, and I heard their gubernatorial race was a lot closer.
I think that might be the race that I got mixed up on. Let's go to Kansas and see, because obviously the results there now, what the gubernatorial race is like there. And yes, indeed, we do have results there. It's not that close, but less than 1% reporting. Laura Kelly is in front of Chris Kobach, and Chris Kobach was the person who was getting heavily criticised, if I do remember correctly. And he's behind right now. It's over 1,000, or just about 1,000, but nothing too much so far. If Dylan can tell me where his county is, I can tell him like the results he has. That would be pretty cool. He's not here right now. And yes, you're right. That is the toss-up race. He forgot about that. Anything else? 40, 35 gains to. I haven't updated my map in like forever. I need to do that. Same with this. Look, this was back like around the 7 p.m. hour. It's almost 9 o'clock now. But we'll roll with it. We'll make it work. And also, I'm excited about New Mexico, which is coming up in a few minutes. And Mexico second is a toss-up. That was generally very Republican. So
Yeah, I'll be interested to see New Mexico because there is the Libertarian candidate that was running pretty strong as well.
okay, I did not know about that. So we'll
Yeah,
figure out what's going
Gary
on there as well.
Gary Johnson, who ran for president the past two times around, was running for the Senate there and making it pretty close.
Okay. Yes, Gary Johnston is there. With Mick Rich and Merton Heinrich. Quite interesting names. But yes, Gary Johnson, he got third. I mean, he managed to get, what, 1% of the vote, which is substantial for third parties in the United States back in 2016. So, I don't know. We'll see how New Mexico treats him, but
He was their former governor, and he has pretty high approval ratings there, just in that state.
I remember watching on YouTube though the convention they had for the Libertarian Party. I just remember watching it was
Yeah,
absolutely
wasn't that
crazy.
wasn't that quite the show? There was like the guy,
They're
there was like
all
the guy that ripped off his shirt on stage and or something like that.
yeah, yeah, and they're all going crazy and the shouting and the moving the signs around and in front of the cameras. It's just absolute chaos in there.
That's how
It,
politics should be.
and the quality of the video, by the way, it was like something out of like the early 2000s. It was absolutely hilarious.
Yeah, just somebody's flip
But
phone in the crowd.
it's just so different compared to the other two. That's all. Oh my. But it looks like North Dakota is reporting really early. My goodness. I mean, yes, some polls do close, I believe, at 9 or maybe 10, but yes, it is very early.
There was one other state that I was aware of that had a fairly strong libertarian candidate, and that was, I think, Indiana's Senate race or governor race, one of the two.
No governor, but
Yeah, it must be the
Senate
Senate.
race. Well, in the Senate, Mike Braun is ahead, Joe Donnelly, and then other, it just says other, 49,744. So I don't think there's too much support there. But Ziana going red is a concern because this was I think a lean Democrat in the 538 forecast. That's pretty alarming to see that. But hey ho, it's politics. Things surprise you. By the way, John James. We'll go back to Michigan. I was saying Stabeno was like a safe seat there, but James has 0.9% lead through 1% of reporting. It's not a lot, but just something to let you guys know about. And what's going down in Florida right now? Rick Scott's extended his lead. He's at 0.8% now. This is 2016, guys. In Florida, at least. In Florida, this is 2016. In Texas, this is anti 2016. In fact, it's anti the entire, past generation. That's holy cow. Just so different. So different. The only thing Nebraska's going to really matter, but they're going to be closing shortly. Was it 7 minutes? Yeah, actually, you guys can see the polls closing counter there on the screen. Hopefully, this stream's doing okay. Yes, we did drop a lot of frames though. Race alerts and crap. Anyway. Of course, my mum wants to bother me now as we're talking about the politics. See the other scenes here. There we go. I still need to finish putting in those pieces of text there. Ooh. I don't know why the bitrate's going all crazy. And I've done most of it already, but it just looks unprofessional, the rest of it. Just sitting there with colour, no text. But even for the house, I need to do it as well, but it's a bit late now. Originally looking at that Sunny race there, I wonder same. Is no that change? Yeah, I'd say that's about the same. There. If we take a look, was my actually the one below that? There we go. Finally got it. In the house, that's probably shifted over a bit. Why? The left. Republicans have a better shot now than they did before. Let's go back a little bit. 4 minutes away from the polls closing. side, sir. Wow, Scott is still in the lead, though. But of course, that goes. And there we go. Usually is.
Looks like Beto O'Rourke is taking the lead back by a good amount in Texas.
Yes, that's what he's talking about right now. It's actually.
It's bumped up to
Well,
two
I
two
can't say
percent
significant,
reporting.
but yes, but it's not significant, but it's something.
Yeah, it comes in waves of what cities and stuff they pass through that ever reported.
About the northern bit right now, Ted Cruz is getting upwards of 90% of the. And one of my very good friends from flight scene lives in Texas, lives in Dallas area. Wonder what he thinks of all this. Southwestern, especially where those safe congressional districts for the Democrats are, looks like they've came out again down near the border.
I'm gonna go check in on some local races in Vermont's legislature and stuff.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
See if
Because
me and my
it's
friends
up
won.
to you.
Yeah, see if me and my friends won.
Yeah, yeah, that'd be great. Well, let us know if they did. Ladies and gentlemen, we are approaching 9 o'clock. Here we go. A big swarm of congressional districts from the United States House of Representatives are coming in, along with the Senate race for Arizona with Martha McSally in the uh, the uh, the race in South Dakota as well. Also very interesting in the gubernatorial race there. But less talking and more announcing of results. Let's give you a projection. And we can now give you some projections in the House of Representatives. Projects that in Arizona's 4th congressional district, Paul A. Gosar will win and he will go back to the House of Representatives. In Arizona's 3rd congressional district, Raw uh, Royal Gray Halver, something like that. He is also the incumbent going back to House of Representatives.
Yeah,
In Arizona 9,
I know Raul
the Union
Grijalva.
City area. Indeed, Stanton also will be going to the House of Representatives down in Arizona. There's also another one I can't seem to get my mouse on. There you go, Arizona 7th, Ruben Gallego He didn't have a Republican challenger. He's also going back to the House of Representatives now. And let's take a look at Colorado, which just closed. Colorado's fourth congressional district can buck the incumbent. He will be going back to the House. In Colorado's fifth, Doug Lamborn will be going back. No race in either of those. Colorado's second, Joe Neguse, he will be going back, along with the Denver people. Colorado's seventh adds Pearl Mutter. I can't say these names. He's going back to the House. I believe that is it. Yes, just seventh and we can project in South Dakota at large. Dusty Johnson will be going to the United States House of Representatives, the entire state is one congressional district. And now it's closed in Nebraska. We can project that Nebraska's third, Adrian Smith, will be going to the House of Representatives, along with Jeff Fortenberry in Nebraska's first. Too early to call, of course, in the second, as it's currently a toss-up. In Kansas's first congressional district, we can project that Roger Marshall will be going to the House of Representatives. And in Oklahoma's third, Frank Lucas will be going to the House of Representatives. In the second, Mark Wayne Mullin. And in the fourth, Tom Cole, the incumbent, out in Oklahoma. And Kevin Hearn as well, first. Essentially all of them except Oklahoma's fifth so far. But those are your projections for you in the House of Representatives. Let's get you a key race alert for the current Senate races going on. And let's take a look at Texas once again. We were just taking a look at it. Beto O'Rourke still has a lead there, 2.1% reporting there over Ted Cruz. In Missouri, Claire McCaskill has a good lead there, about 5%. Let's take a look in West Virginia. Joe Manchin has a good lead over Patrick Morrissey there. And you can pretty much give the projection by this point. In Michigan, John James now with 3.9% reporting. So has the lead on Debbie Stabenow. It has lessened a bit, but not by too much. And we'll see how that goes. Take a look in Florida. Rick Scott, still really, really close there, about 50,000 votes. 86% is in. Rick Scott still has the lead. In Nebraska, Deb Fisher has the lead there over his opponent, Jane Raybould, the Democrat there. That was one of the races you said was going to be interesting. It was Swiss Chain said. But Tennessee, Marsha Blackburn, nothing really too interesting there. And Roger Wicker in Mississippi. And that's pretty much what's going on right now at the 9 o'clock p.m. poll closings. And obviously more in the House coming out. The Democrats have only gained 2 seats so far in the House, but in the Senate, actually, they are now saying they gained a seat. And I wonder which seat that is. If I could just check. Oh, wow. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a projection, quite a major one, that I did not think I'd be doing tonight. I can project that Mike Braun from Indiana will win the race for the Senate over Joe Donnelly. Unbelievable pickup for the GOP, and that is a huge gain for them, and in hopes of retaining the Senate. I mean, it's almost impossible now if the Republicans are getting gains in Indiana. That is absolutely magnificent. Mike Braun over Joe Donnelly, and it's currently 46-34 right now in the Senate with that projection. We can also now project that Marsha Blackburn will win in Tennessee now. That is now projected for sure, and Roger Wicker as well being projected there. Up in New York, Kristen Gillibrand, because the polls just closed there, and she's also projected to win in New York. But that is a big, big gain for the Republicans there in Indiana. We'll see what they think about that here, of course. They're talking about taxes, but hey, that is quite massive. In fact, they have a standby for projection. They might be doing it themselves here in just a moment. We'll see what their reaction is to that. Apologies about the stream going up and down with the bit rate. Do apologise. I might need to turn it down a little bit. I don't know.
Yeah, so I'm covering the just elections in general. I'm going to focus a bit on Vermont more than the rest of the country, but I'm also going to be looking a lot at Texas and Florida and Georgia and maybe Kansas and some other close places. And I'm also streaming with Mark Rio 45. He streams a lot of election coverage on Twitch, and I like what he does. So I'm kind of following on with him. He has more web pages pulled up than I do. I had a hard time pulling up Politico for some reason. I have the New York Times pulled up. They usually have alright live election results, data. %, of precincts in Georgia. Brian Kemp's quite a bit out front so far, but there's still a lot of precincts to report. I'm gonna be right back. Grab a drink or something.
Alright, we'll be right on projections. To let them talk, but there's the projections for you. It's honestly easier when they do it. They have all the tools needed, but this is not a blue wave anymore. Not a blue wave at all. But you know what? The House is still in contention for the Democrats. Sorry about the audio quality, by the way, JP Post. I do apologise. My bitrate's just going all over the place, but um, unfortunately, that is the case. But you know, that is interesting how some of these, you know, House districts who were supposed to be knocking out Republican incumbents not happening. Quite an interesting story. What's going on now? But Squish Chin, sorry, said he'd be right back. That's fine. And 10 p.m. is the next polls close. Is when the next polls close. And I just need to just move it slightly because it actually is off a little bit. Sorry, it's just me. Just me, that's all. It's like, oh no, it's off center. Still coins of V's, but it looks a bit better that way. And 10 p.m. is in 45 minutes from now. 45. In fact, it's more like A, but there we go. Right, there we go. Countdown is back on for 10 p.m. Let's take a look at the 10 p.m. closings for you. 10 p.m. is the dark blue states, dark blue congressional districts, and those are the states of Nevada, Utah, Idaho's first congressional district, I think, first or second, Montana's at-large district, and also the state of Iowa. For some reason, Iowa goes really late. But those are the 5 states that, or well, 5 states with congressional districts that will be closing, or be able to first be able to make projections at that time. You get what I mean. I've said it too many times, but as you know, Idaho seconds is completely within, or some of these within the second, the Pacific time zone. Second. Oh my god, too much information. Anyway, so that's why it's purple. You can't project until 11 for that. But 10 p.m. poll closings are the dark blue. Anyway, moving on from that blunder of words, here's a look at Florida. 96% reporting. Is that all of it, Governor? Wow, that's all of it. It's getting close to the end now. For that race, I want to go and actually take a look at it myself. The Florida Governor race and Royal. Let's we already know about Bill Nelson, Rick Scott, but let's take a look at Florida Governor. Wow, Ron DeSantis very close. My goodness. 869,412 to 3,785,216. 0.1%. We could see some automatic recounts in some places done if it gets close enough. That's 84% reporting though. 84%. Thing looking good. Looks like Colorado has some host stuff going on, which is nice. New Mexico, nothing open to the first congressional district, but second and third are both Republican so far. In the Senate, GOP has gained one seat, really helps them towards the 51 seat majority, even 50 really, because of Mike Pence. But Democrats have gained 2 seats in the United States House of Representatives. And it looks like it's going a lot better now, the stream. Let me know, JP Post, if it's working better now. And it looks like, yes, Mississippi second was projected as well. But we have a lot of the host to do. Let's take a look at the Sunny. This is where we just had a huge wave of projections. John Barrasso, Wyoming projected. The winner there, really no surprise. It's the reddest state in the entire country. Nebraska, what's going on in Nebraska right now? David Fisher, he's doing okay. North Dakota, reporting early. Not early, but before all of the polls are closed. And Texas, Beto O'Rourke has the 2.8. Is that percent majority? Wow. Is that 2.8? It's pretty close to that, that's for sure. Wow. Actually, no, that's 3.2. My math is wrong. 3.2%. And that's with 3.2% of precincts reporting. Hasn't really turned to Ted Cruz too much yet. Scott has a fairly good lead here in Senate now, 91.2 reporting. Much better for Republicans now than it was before. And it's looking a lot better if you're a Republican right now. Hey, 62-56. Yeah, it could still be taken by the Democrats, like they said, but we'll have to find out. Have to see what states like California are like. How much who went there? Interesting. Trying to keep on top of CNN, but it's completely impossible if it keeps lagging all the time. Like their backdrop there, they got the capital. House 67, Republican 73. Need 51 for the majority in the Senate. Wow. See how the rest of the night goes. It's not over yet. It's not over. This vote is so close. I know. It's closer than we thought. I mean, you in Pennsylvania vote 24. I mean, it wasn't even close. Bob Casey won it easily, and still several, House districts going Democrats. So, I mean, you might be one of the Republican ones, but I don't believe so. It's absolutely crazy. Who would have thought Mike Broad would win? I had no idea. I saw the lean so the good. I was like, he could be, but he's not going. I was wrong. At 5:38 was wrong.
Mark, you're cutting out a lot with your microphone.
And you just cut out too. I think that's because of Discord's connections not doing too well. But and also the bitrate on streams not doing well. I do apologise, guys. We'll try and fix it. Well, my areas vote, yes. That's good. But yeah, Florida as well. Who thought Rick Scott would be doing so well right now? I certainly did not. Claire McCaskill, I think she's gonna get it. It's looking really good for her right now. Taxes, guys. We're gonna be taking a look at that all night. Nebraska, no change there probably. Nothing really. What's going on in Michigan? John James with 11% is still leading. But I thought by now he would have been overtaken. I really thought he would be. Wisconsin though, Tammy Baldwin gets the win. So, despite how well Trump did in 2016 in that state, back balloon in the Senate. So, no surprise there. And that's the one we saw on CNN, the projection. Yeah, you were away when they were doing a bunch of projections, by the way, but that's all right.
Yeah, have they gotten into the mountain time states?
Oh, they're just about to. Surprisingly, Arizona, there's nothing there yet. That's New Mexico, Mark Rich also got projected there. And Gary Johnson, he only got about 3,000 right now through 3.8%. So his support really isn't making a difference there. Here's a look at the poll closing times again. See, we're already past Arizona, so we should be getting Arizona by now. I think we had some Hayes results, don't we? No, we don't. So I don't know what's going on with Arizona, but I guess something's happened and maybe they're opening the polls later. I don't know. But all of the other states are reporting from the 9 p.m. Eastern time slot, and 10 p.m. will be in 35 minutes.
Yeah, it says most of the mountain time states are at 10 p.m.
Yeah, as it should be, because that would be 7 their time. But then, of course, there's outlier states like Iowa, which close much later time. For some reason, North Dakota, they're showing results really early, but their polls don't, or at least the final polls in the state, because they have split closing times, the final polls don't close until 11, which is the latest I've ever seen for North Dakota. So I can't project them yet either, even though we do know what's going to happen. And that's when California, Oregon, rest of Idaho, Washington comes in. Hawaii as well. Hawaii, though, it's 6 p.m. their time when it closes. 12 a.m. and 1 a.m. So, it's out of us, but that's okay. It's espresso time, as John King would say. I really want these pages to load faster. I'm really annoyed about it being so slow. We've seen too many changes, 86% in the gubernatorial race. I'm going to go look back at Georgia. I don't know what happened there. Surely by now they have a lot more results in. Wow, look at this. 17. Brian Kemp has a 20% lead on Stacey Abrams. You can't make this up, guys. What is going on?
That's actually a lot more of a gap than I thought that race would have.
Yeah, you think?
E-
He was a leading Democrat by today final prediction.
I mean, we are
It
only
could be maybe like a 2% gap the entire race, but not 20 at any point.
I mean, granted, it is just over a quarter of precincts, but still, that is a definitely leaning Republican at the start.
If it's anything like Michigan and Indiana right now, that one's doing very very well right now. I mean, let's take a look at the ones already in. Oh yeah, you see, why look at Warren County? 53 to 46 in a very urban territory like that. That's not a good result to have. Here's one that just sorry, never mind. That was Russ. Here's his home team, the Southwest. 50 to 49. Barely got it there. Here's at the border. 54-45. 52-47 in Tyrol County. There's some major problems. Let's take a look. Um,
I predict
let's
Georgia
see.
getting within 10 points, though, by the end of the night, at the very most.
Atlanta's still early. DeKalb, DeKalb County. I can't say those words, but Abrams 77-20 though. Okay, that's fine. Less than 1%. But then right next to it, Fulton County also early. Brian Campus a lead there. It's a little sketchy in the Atlanta area. Not entirely sure what's going on there. See, she needs something like Clark County there near Athens. 82-16. That would be really good. That's what you would need statewide to get victory. But not in one or two counties. Some of these are already 100% in. For Abrams right now. Just saying. Just saying. I know it's only a quarter, but I'm just saying that if it's anything like what's going on right now in Michigan here, and what just happened in Indiana, which is now over half, and Braun has a quite a significant lead there, 11%. It's looking really good for Republicans in Georgia right now. John James versus Stabno race is going back and forth. Is it? I've seen it red for a while now. It was only going back and forth like at the very start. Now it's staying Republican red for a while. Well, see, here I thought that by 11 p.m. we'd have the projections and we'd be all going to bed. It's not going to happen now. I can tell you that. I can tell you that we will be staying up for quite some time to see how this pans out. Let's go back to CNN. If they're going to John King at the Magic War, uh, you, you know that there's lots of stories brewing about the results. So for some reason, it's stuck on a refresh. The house. What's going on in the house in Michigan? Because remember, there were a few toss-ups there. What was the toss-up in Michigan? 7 and 8 just went to lean Democrat. Yeah, so let's take a look at 7 in the house in Michigan. 7, it really is a toss-up there. 12%, just 2% difference there. So, okay, living up to its name, but have to see. But if they are, that would be great. 9:30, so less than half an hour now to polls closing in all of those, as you said, mountain time states. Screen there. So John King at the Magic Wall, I tell you. Leading the vote, 1 Republican, 7 Democrat in Pennsylvania there. But wow. Pick up opportunities across the United States. 31 Democrat, I think it was 7 for Republican. Democrats leading multiple key house races is the leading headline. Of course. See, that's why I don't watch CNN too often, guys. Talk about Richmond County, which is always interesting. I think that one was a toss-up in the House, if I'm not mistaken. That was, yeah, Virginia Southern. That was Dave Bratt. A toss-up. What's going on there right now in Virginia Southern? Can we get on? Dave Bratt is behind by very little, about 400 votes. Excuse me, sorry, about 400 votes to Democrat there. And the 4.7, so that's why they're talking about it. Haven't really done too many projections. Looks like, but Politico is doing them. They've done actually quite a few. Don't know what's going on there. Normally they would have done results by now. Oh wow! Look at Maine's second congressional district. Look who's ahead there. Maybe it won't be a Democratic pickup there. Bruce, I can't hover over it. Bruce Poliquin, 395. Jared Golden, 4189. 3% is in. Only 418 precincts though. Because that was one that was projected to flip, and if it doesn't, then that, that says quite a bit. That was the one in the northeast that the Democrats were very happy to flip. 72 one, 75 Republican one by the looks of things. Okay, 288 outstanding. Keep an eye on it. New Jersey's also one to look at. See if Democrats are actually making gains there or not. It still says right now Dan's gained 2 seats. That's less than what they should have had by now. GOP has gained a seat. But let's see, they're talking.
It looks like Vermont
These House
is
races now.
looks like Vermont is up to about 40% reporting. If you want to check in on that for the Senate and House and stuff.
Yeah, we projected Vermont a really long time ago.
Yeah,
We
the
were like,
Senate
oh
wasn't
yeah, it's
close,
Bernie
but
Sanders.
the Senate's not close. But
No,
the
not even that.
governor race is a little bit closer.
See, okay, I actually have not looked at the
It's about like
gubernatorial race.
55-40. Not too
Like
close,
a
but
likely Republican
yeah,
Vermont for the, yeah.
the
So
incumbent.
who's the Senate? Let's scroll down. Yeah, lean GOP Politico reported Phil Scott, the incumbent. Here's a 25,000 vote lead.
But I'm looking on my
Not
Secretary of
great.
State's website, and the two most populous counties still have a lot of precincts not reported at all. So still keep
Oh
an eye on
really?
it.
Okay. But I have Washington County with Montpelier there.
Yeah, that's one of
So
them,
that would
and also Burlington,
that's and that one's for Hawkquist there. Chittenden County.
Chittenden. Yeah, it's a weird name.
It's a very weird name. 12.5% there.
My county was the one on the opposite side of Washington, Caledonia County, which is heavily for Phil Scott right now.
I remember during the primaries there wasn't really anything too special. that Franklin County, 71%. Wow.
Wow,
Such
yeah, that
crazy.
one's very Republican. Yeah, Essex County is always a heavily Republican county.
It's only 13 precincts. Holy cow.
Yeah,
That's really rural.
there are some towns in that county that I believe don't even have polling locations, and the residents have to go off to other towns because there's only like less than 100 registered voters. It's crazy.
Why? The Vermont there for you. And and the sunny, you know what? Essex County, look at that. They actually beat Bernie Sanders. Wow.
Wow.
One county that was like, no, we don't want Bernie Sanders as a senator at all. And so let's go back. See if we can get that Georgia race up again. The Georgia race has narrowed slightly. It's down to 11% now. The thing is, it's 30% reporting. It's gone up slightly. So it's a very solid lead there. He'll be at a million votes fairly soon. It's 9:40, 20 minutes to polls closing on the Mountain States. And Texas, by the way, Beto has a 40,000 vote lead over Ted Cruz. That's 0.7%, 6% is in. I don't know why you can turn the quality down here. What is going on? Stupid. Okay. Whatever. I mean, at least turn the quality down a little bit. It's whole potato, whatever. Talk about taxes right now, as usual. That was about 5 minutes ago. To get it to right now, but hers. I don't know if that's live right now. They just projected Connor Lamb. Yes, that is right now. So, guys, they just projected Connor Lamb in Pennsylvania 17. You remember him? He just won his seat there. Host, Democrats have to pick up 19 Republican seats there. They're not really talking about the Republicans. What do they have to defend? Not talking about that nearly as much. So that's interesting. To defend it. If you look at Michigan again, there's still no change. Okay, 14% is in. About 7,000 separate the two. I believe that was a safe seat at the start of the night. I mean, it's probably changed now. Let's see the final Senate forecast, if it will let me. Sure they haven't changed it. Yeah, okay. What did it say about Michigan? Still watching? I really hope you are, because I'm not lying. Dabby Stabano. 95.8% chance of winning. And what's happening right now? right now, our opponent is in the lead. Votes with 14% reporting. Crazy. You wouldn't see that on a safe Democrat seat, that is. Not a safe, maybe like a lean or something, but not on a safe like that. That's pretty crazy. Fisher with an extremely large lead in Nebraska. Might as well jack that by that point, and also Claire McCaskill as well, with good 6,000 vote lead there. Florida, has it narrowed? Has it gained? Rick Scott has gained. 94.5% is in. Rick Scott at 50.5%. And Bill Nelson at 49.5%. That's about 80,000. So yeah, that's a lot of the precinct reporting. Pretty crazy. Now, I'm going to see if I can find your stream, see what you're doing.
My stream. It's a lot less going on over here than on your stream.
Oh, well, my stream's not doing too much either, honestly. I
I'm
mean,
kind of following what you're following. I'll hear you jump to a different state and I'll check it out, and then I'll jump back to like Vermont and see what's going on there.
that's fair. That's fair. To look at almost everything if I can. I've kind of failed with the house because there's just too many. But with the sun in gubernatorial, I'm right on it.
Yeah, it's easier to follow 50 or 100 than like 400.
Oh yeah, then yeah, 435. Yeah.
Or it's not even all 50 for the Senate. It's only like 30 something. So that's way easier.
Or 35. Yeah, 35 this time. Oh yeah, there you are. I see you there. And I see Moobot in the chat. You check him out as well. Um, exclamation mark. Actually, not exclamation mark. I don't have a command for it, but it's www.twitch.tv/multitwitch.tv/squish chain. You can. I should get like a command for like a what do you call it, multi really well. He's looking at the New York Times, which is slightly different, but same sort of map anyway.
Yeah, that was the only
All
website that I
getting
could
from the
get to
same source.
work. I couldn't get Politico to work. It just kept loading and
That's
wouldn't go.
that's really strange. I mean, it, good first time, so that's really strange. That being said, trying to load back into another tab, have so much going that it is very slow.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time with my PC running all of this as well at the moment, but I'm making it work.
I'm running Photoshop. Photoshop with Tuesday because I probably will never get to it.
Wow, 20% reporting in North Dakota, and it looks like it's going to be a big pickup for the Republicans in the Senate there.
So the Democrats thought they could do it. Uh-oh, what happened to the stream?
I
Oh,
knew
you know
that.
what? Because my computer just froze
Uh-oh.
in a second. Because it took so long, it lost connection to the server. That's why. Because I tried to come back over to the Politico page and CNN, it just went really slow. There you go. I should be back in like 2 seconds or so. It looks like they.
Yeah, I keep my OBS part of the window open in the corner so I can see it if it starts to have any troubles.
Yeah, that's what I should probably say. The thing is, when I open it, it gets in the way, and I don't want to get in the way. But just do before, it's just not grabbing the bit rate. Come on, connect. It says attempting to reconnect attempt 1, of course. We've had this problem already. Stream and restart it. Changing a setting. I'm gonna start streaming again. At least encoding overload went away. Recording too. You might have to stop the recording, so let me try that. Began before, so still got 10 minutes till the polls close, so it's not terrible. So it's okay, we'll have to go back to Texas in a second. But streaming. No, doesn't want to work. Come on. Oh, there we go. Start streaming. Come on. Okay, we'll stop recording just fine. I just need to again.
Yeah, I keep refreshing your stream. I had it up, so I'll tell you
Yeah,
when
it's not there now.
I'll tell you when it's coming back up on my end if you get it going.
Today, and it should be an encoding overload, so it might be there, but might be a little bit laggy.
You might want to restart just like the whole software if you can.
You know, I've done that before. I just started it back up, and it should be fine now. It got rid of the drop frames too, which is nice. There we go. You guys are back. There we go. Take a look at Texas. Let's you know what? Let's get a key race alert for the Texas race right now. And in Texas, Ted Cruz, the incumbent senator, has retaken the lead by about 30,000 votes, 50% to 49.4%. Other 35,000 votes, that's 0.6%. That's through 11% reporting, but Beto is down once again. It's been a while. But he is now back down. Democrats are currently with a gain of 5 in the House and the Senate. GOP is up 1. That is the key race alert. Because I looked at the rest of them, they're all the same. At least the stream's back. At least that works. And I'm back on CNN as well. Hooray.
Yep, I see your stream now. It's all back.
Wonderful. Oh, there's the Bob Menendez Senate race. $44.38. Oh, be a pickup later. That's really big. Number 7. You wouldn't have thought that they would lead that much. Yeah, 19 is doable, but you wouldn't think that Republicans would be leading that many races, Democratic races too. Buffalo, there we go. Very close to her. That's just south of her. I just realised this is a bit far behind by like 6 minutes. It's 9:58 and the polls are almost closed out in the Mountain West states. See, for that, take a look at the map right now. In the dark blue states, Nevada, Utah, Idaho's first congressional district, Montana, and Iowa, they are all closing here at the top of the hour, less than 2 minutes to go. Those are the mountain states, as Squish Chin calls it. There are plenty of Republican districts here, which will be projected, honestly, pretty much right away. However, though, in Nevada, there's some really interesting races there, and we are very much ready to take a look at some of those. And we're only an hour away from the big West Coast, the largest amount of districts out of all of the hours, primarily thanks to California. But 1 minute to go to the 10 p.m. Eastern poll closings. It's crazy how we've gone through four poll closings already in this election, and it's really starting to take shape now. We know how much both parties need to get to retain or grab control. So half a minute to go to Nevada, Utah, Idaho, Montana, and Iowa in the Senate, the House, and of course the governor races. So let's get ready for that because we are about to make some projections. Let me just go open the House for you. So we start making projections. Okay, there we go. And the polls are closed. We have a projection right now. And we can project. That's in Utah. That's in Utah. Um, three of the four congressional districts will go to the Republicans. We also can project. That's in Idaho. Idaho's first congressional district in the House goes to the Republican Party here. We can also sorry, that's Idaho second, not first. We can also project that's in North Dakota. In North Dakota, uh, sorry, not North Dakota, because that's actually at 11. Never mind. That's actually still going on, although still some polls have closed there in North Dakota at this hour. In Nevada, we can project that Nevada's second to go the Republicans. Too early to call in the second, sorry, fourth and third. However, though, in Nevada's first, we can project that the Democrats will pick it up there as a safe Republican seat. As going to be a pickup there. In Nevada's fourth, too early call there. In Utah's fourth, it's a slight Democrat lead at this point on the forecast. And in Wyoming at large, if we didn't do it before, we're doing it now. Liz Cheney, obviously projected to go back to the United States House of Representatives there. And I think we're all good. Coming up at 11 p.m. Eastern Time. Let's get this right now. We have the state of California, and it's 53 congressional districts, 53 seats coming in. Oregon and Washington. We have Idaho's first congressional district, along with North Dakota's at-large districts in the House of Representatives. Also at 11 is Hawaii and its two congressional districts, as well as the West Coast of the United States. Remember, you need 218 seats to win the House of Representatives. And in the Senate, let's get you a key race alert right now. Call too early to call in Utah. Mitt Romney and Johnny Wilson going at it. Too early call there. No results as of yet. In Nevada, Jackie Rosen and Dean Heller. Too early to call. This is one of the closest races in the United States Senate, and too early called there as of right now. In Montana, too early call. there, although it looks like the Democrats have the advantage there. John Tester and Matt Rosendale. It's too early to call over in that for the Sunny. Arizona's just came in 1.3% of precinct reporting. Martha McSally has a very decent lead, 23,917 to Sonama's 14,554. It's very early, but McSally has an early lead there. Let's go back over to Texas. Ted Cruz. He's gotten a good, sizable lead here, but just short of 100,000 vote lead. 14.4% is in there. Let's go back over to Florida. Rick Scott has reached the 4 million vote mark. 97.9% is in over Bill Nelson. He has a lead of about 0.8%. Rick Scott is looking very, very good in Florida because 4 years ago, when Donald Trump was in this position, he was able to get it very, very handily. Let's go back over to Michigan. And John James is still in the lead. 21.5% reported. He has a lead of nearly 2% over Stabenow in Michigan. We'll keep a close eye on that because by now that should be a projection. In Missouri, Josh Hawley has overtaken Claire McCaskill. It was a Democrat lead for a while there, but Josh Hawley still a good lead with 7.6% of the precincts reporting there, doing very, very well now. Dan Fisher has a very good lead there in Nebraska, 31% reported. And in Montana, we just started to get results there. John Tester is ahead, 53 to 44% there, with 6% of the precinct reporting automatically. And also with that, we have a projection right now. And we can now project that Mitt Romney, who ran for president in 2012, however, though, was cut short by former President Barack Obama. He has won, and he will be going to the United States Senate with a win over Jenny Wilson. 20% of the vote is in there, but that is enough to make a projection out in Utah. And I believe that is it there. Let's take a look at the host right now. Wyoming at large. Liz Cheney obviously is projected there to win. 16% of the vote is in there. In Arizona, five of the 9 are currently in Republican leads. And let's take a look at Utah. The Democratic leads right now. Third, John Curtis currently in the lead there. That's at the moment. The Demos have gained 10 seats. They're at 92 in the Sun has gained a seat. They're at 47, but the 51 to win the United States Senate. 50 Republicans under the Vice President win the majority. There you go. That's sorry, September. Lots aiming. And just as I talk about it, Missouri, Claire McCaskill was just overtaken by 2%. Changed back over. Which is kind of strange. We were just seeing a good lead off and moved around very quicker. And less than 1% right now in the Senate for the GOP. I can tell you that. In the House, not so good. Not so good. In some seats, 23. There was a magic number there. Need to, and they are on pace pace right now. They are on pace to do just that. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Remember, Kentucky's district. Remember that went to Andy Burr. That was projected for Andy Burr. So that means it was going that projected going for his first lead.
Your
We'll see how
microphone
it
is
goes.
cutting out quite a bit. I don't know if your encoding is acting up again.
Yeah, it might have been. Might have been. Because I see some rats on my OBS.
I'm only hearing like half of the sentence you say.
Oh, really? Well, are you sure it's not Discord? Because Discord says RTC disconnected. I can try and like reconnect if you want. Let me see if Okay, it just reconnected.
Okay, so far I can hear you okay.
Yeah, I can hear you. So I don't know. Maybe it was just Discord. I don't know. But in the House, they can do it, the Democrats, but it's a much steeper climb, mate. Much steeper climb. Let's take a look at Georgia. 48% is in. Brian Kemp, he has a 10% lead. So he's maintaining that lead. This is not toss-up territory if you have a 10% lead. But let's go back to Florida. I want to see what DeSantis is doing, because this is shattering all expectations in Florida. Rick Scott. Let's go to the Senate first. Rick Scott. Look at that. Look at that lead there. 0.8%. 97% in. Uh, Miami-Dade. 97%. Looking good in Palm Beach County. He only got 58% there. 95% in there. It's not looking good for Bill Nelson right now. I can really tell you that. Jacksonville's all the way in. Look how close it was in Duval County. 50 to 49 in Jacksonville. Wow. Orlando. Okay, that's a bit better. Pinellas County. That one's fairly close too. DeSantis a 1.1% lead there. 90,000 vote lead. Again, Jacksonville. 51-47. What did he do in something like Taylor County? 74-23. Yeah, that's where he made really big gains there. Look at that, 75% Wharton County. This panhandle, absolutely crazy for Republican votes. That's 98%. I mean, we're in projection territory now. We are in projection territory. Like, I'm not even joking. For both the Senate and governor for Florida. We'll have to go 99. We'll go 100 if we have to. But this is projection territory now. I am really willing a projection for that. That is really evidence of Republican wins there. Michigan. This might excite JP Post a little bit. Debbie Stabenow has regained the lead. I guess a huge swarm of votes just came in. 29% now. 0.9 to 47. John James he had the lead for quite some time there. Let's take McSally, yeah, it's about the same. North Dakota, what's going on at the Kramer? Okay. But yeah, I'm just saying, that's projection territory. Let's take a look at Texas, still 19%. Ted Cruz, he has a good lead now actually, 1.9%. But Beto, he can still get a huge swab of votes and come back, so obviously not going to leave that out of the equation. Democrats have gained 11, GOP gained 1, Senate. Indiana, that was the big shocker so far. Mike Braun. I don't know if we'll see any more. We'll see. We might see. Go to Rick Scott here. Any other games? I'm not entirely sure. Maybe Michigan, if John James can somehow get a huge swab of votes in Michigan, though. we could get the results by county, but we'd have to like click into the individual state and look at it. But you JP post. Oh my. It's good to get the reactions though. Really, really is. By the way, I need to get the countdown ready for 11 o'clock. Report according to John James's campaign and said the John James victory would afterwards suck. No, I did not actually. So you
Wow.
know what? I'm not surprised.
Mark,
I'm really not surprised.
I just found this one county in Texas with precincts that are reporting a dead tie between Ted Cruz and Beto O'Rourke. And this is near Corpus Christi, one of the cities.
No, what? I saw a few ties in the primaries for both Democratic and actually, sorry, no, in the Democratic primary. Republican, it was all Ted Cruz, but in the Democratic primary, I saw a few ties in there, so I'm not surprised you're seeing it in the regular general election too.
Yeah, they're both tied in this one with 2,473 votes exactly.
I'm gonna try and go over to Texas just for you, and I'll go over to Michigan too. Here we go. So lean GOP was the final call. Texas Governor Greg Abbott, they already projected that. That was never a race at all. But can we? We'll see if it loads a map. If it does, we'll take a look at it. I don't see one right now, but certainly is interesting. It doesn't seem to be showing a map, or it's just not loaded it in yet.
I'm using the New York Times results site.
Please. That's true, you are. That's true. We got house results though. We got lots of house results. Oh my gosh! And you get like little graphs and things too, which is pretty cool. We get out to the house results here. Okay, here we go. We got the map for governor. Yeah, lots of Greg Abbott. Lots of Greg Abbott. So he said down there Corpus Christi. Here we go. We got it. Oh yes, a tie. Jim Wells County.
Yeah, that's the
But
one.
look, 4.5%. It's one precinct. It's one precinct. It's
But
not
still,
like
it's just a reflection of how close the race is, even if it doesn't actually mean much.
does he say that? Oh wait, never mind. For some reason, it always does that. I don't know why it just randomly goes to another county. I didn't even like touch my nose, but very awesome to see a tied county there. Out in El Paso or near El Paso, they haven't got the results in there yet. I would assume out in El Paso would be more democratic. Take a look at Austin. I want to see how he's doing in Austin right now, but it's very slow. I think everyone's looking at it. Everyone's looking at the race. Come on, show me Austin. Come on, I want to see the results. Day of all day, 23% in, by the way. Oh, actually, I just realised they just projected Ted Cruz. Let me see if that's true or not. I have to go back out and see if that's true. I'm gonna check mark. So, let me see Austin. In San Antonio, 58-40. Hang on, we're gonna go back out very quickly. It's the Senate, please. I want to see if this is true. If it is, we'll do projection for it. That would anger several Texas voters, but let's see if this is true. 10:18, that's like right now. Nan as well. They're probably saying something about this. Florida as usual. Refreshing the page when it's done refreshing. I think I see what you mean though about how you couldn't get on. It's like it's just really slow.
Yeah,
eventually get it.
on Politico, it wasn't working for me. But all the other sites are. I'm using New York Times and Ballotpedia, and they're working quite well.
We have a major projection right now. And we can now project that Ted Cruz, the incumbent governor from Texas, sorry, incumbent senator from Texas, what am I saying, uh, has beaten Beto O'Rourke, the up and coming celebrity uh, political man who took the media by storm and thought that they could turn out to win, but just like 2016, it's not going to happen. Ted Cruz is projected as a 2% leader with a quarter of the voting.
Wow.
But they tried. They really tried, Beto. He really did. And it's not going to happen, though. Texas stays red, at least for this election. But projected it until I was like in there looking at the results. No change in Missouri. It's still a 2% lead for McCaskill, though. And in Wisconsin, I think that was projected a while ago, but that stays blue. Minnesota, I think we saw that a while ago, that stays blue. Michigan is back to blue. It's actually even larger lead for Stabeno now. That's looking a lot more like what I thought it would be. A lot closer to what I thought it would be. Oh, actually, we have more than that. I just realised something, guys. I didn't even notice, but we have another major projection right now that may be of some interest to you. And we can now project that the United States Senate will retain control by the Republican Party. They have received 50 Senate seats and they will retain control of the United States Senate. The Democrats thought they could do it, but losing states like Indiana and likely to lose Florida here and all that, just not going to make it. Certainly not the blue wave they'd all thought about, at least in the United States Senate tonight. But GOP wins with that projection right there in Texas. In the House right now, in the United States House of Representatives, the Democrats have gained 12 seats. They have 103 right now. The Republicans have 114. You need 218 to win control of the House of Representatives. Still too early to call the first major projection of the night. The GOP retains control of the Senate. There you go. That's big. That really is big. It's picked up on it, yeah, but surely they have by now. That really is quite extraordinary right there. Let's get
So,
the 11 p.m.
so you think the GOP will be able to expand their lead in the Senate, or do you think it will just be no gain or
Oh,
loss
that's a
either
tough
way?
question. That is a tough question.
That'll be
It's
interesting to
looking
see.
like at least a gain of one. It's looking like a gain of one, maybe.
Yeah, definitely because
Very
of
true.
North Dakota.
I can't say for certain. It's a very good question. 37? Yeah, 37, almost 36 minutes till the polls close. You see a red wave. In the Senate, no, and it never was going to be. But it's not any super majority or anything. But the incentives, I think, also no. But it's not going to be a blue wave either. Not even close. Not even a blue ripple. Not even a blue ripple tonight, unfortunately, for the Democrats. But I don't know where this blue wave thing is from, because obviously whoever thought of it obviously did not turn out to vote. Because, or there's Russian meddling. But that's a totally different controversial story. But
Yeah, the Russia
yeah,
stuff isn't what they should have been focusing on. If that's the impact they wanted to have was a blue wave or any such thing like that.
I started in 2016. I'll say it again. This is shocking stuff. Really shocking. When you think it's going to go one way, it immediately goes the other, and it's absolutely completely different. And now I'm asking the question: are pollsters really doing a good job? Are they actually being corrupt here? I don't think so. In several places. That's a bit worrying. If no one can trust polls or data or anything, or the media, the United States is in big trouble. Big, big trouble. But it is what it is. Obviously, enough people are reaffirming, Donald Trump's actions and, and what they want to do, their policy. Kevin Kramer has won in North Dakota. Defeats Heidi Heitkamp. That just became a projection on CNN. The projection in the Sunny yet, but they will very soon. It wasn't even close. Rad Ripple, maybe, maybe in the Senate at least, but certainly not in the House. It's looking like. Boy, the way. Do they call Florida yet? No, but I'm about to. I really am. West Virginia went the Democrats' way. Why? Whoa, they've already made it, mate. Just project it. Oh, I mean, if Politico says it, then surely CNN and all the other networks should say it. If the AP says it, all the other networks should say it. 2016 too, with Michigan and Pennsylvania and all those states that went long into the night for no reason. Yeah, they're doing it here again. They are trying to purposefully keep them from calling the projection to, try and keep that sliver of hope, but it's not there. It's not there. They're gonna do all these possibilities. It's not there. It really is not. But anyway, let's go to the House. So now that the Senate's done, now we can focus on the House and the gubernatorial races. So that's fun. So let's go and see what's happening over there if we can get it working properly. 32 minutes until the polls close at 11 in the far western states. So let's take a look. So the Dems have gained 12 seats. That's good, but it's certainly they're certainly not there yet for taking over the House. If it's like really close to like say a 50-50 House, imagine what that would be though. That would be crazy. Imagine like 218, 217 something. No, I'm not saying that's gonna happen, but if that ever happened, that would be absolute chaos. Absolute chaos. But remember at the start of the night, and I'm gonna go into my face cam for this. Hopefully it's working. Remember the start of the night, Nancy Pelosi was ever so confident about the House of Representatives, and even slightly about the Senate. But both of them are even right. Senate's done, but still either. They can still do it. But will it be as big of a wave as they wanted to? That as well. Like even if they do it, of a wave, what will it matter, right? Find out. It's not over yet. I, I, I really really shouldn't be saying this much at only 10:28. So yeah. Anyway, I think it's really like the overview scene. It just shows everything really nicely. It's one of the stream viewers in the 2016 election. You were. I mean, the 2016 election, it wasn't as organised as this. I tried at least to be a lot more organised this year. Did I do a good job organising? I don't know. Not really. But 2016, it was just a bunch of madness, I swear. Anyway, but it was fun. It was really fun. I stayed up with folks on Discord right until they called it. Right until it was pretty much there for Donald Trump. I remember. Being on the house knows. Anything actually interesting to report on? Let's see what Vermont was like. 66% Peter Welch, yes.
Yeah,
Never even close.
it's about 2/3 reporting here in Vermont now.
Yeah, 40%. Oh my
Oh,
goodness.
and not that it matters much, but in the Senate, remember how that was that one county that refused to go for Bernie? Well,
Right.
it's gone for Bernie now.
That's unfortunate. It was a small lead at the time we were talking about it anyway. So yeah. Oh well. That's
that
unfortunate.
that's Vermont for you.
That's Vermont for you. Absolutely. But you know what? In the presidential election, just the three electoral votes. I mean, yes, it could make the difference in a close election, but but normally it's just done. It's like boom, Democratic pickup, and that's it.
Yeah, and we're one of the early ones, so people just forget about us pretty quickly.
Yeah. Well,
We're
yeah,
we're
yes,
used
that
to being forgotten about.
you weren't forgotten about when Bernie Sanders came into the picture in the Democratic primaries. So
Yeah, that's
hey,
we're the state that he won the biggest, and it was like nearly 90% compared to
of
Hillary.
course. I certainly hope so. Yeah, if he doesn't get all the delegates, I'd be pretty scared. But no, he had absolutely no problem in New Hampshire, Vermont. He had no problem in those states. And also,
Also Maine, he was pretty good too.
and he didn't have any trouble in the Midwestern states either. A couple of them.
Yeah, he resonated out there quite a bit too. Iowa, Kansas, Nebraska.
I was going to say Iowa, the very first one, they were saying, "Oh, this is going to be a close race right to the end." It wasn't, but he still won several states out there.
Even in the Rust Belt states, he made an upset. Wisconsin, Michigan, Illinois, and Ohio. I forget if he won both of those,
Right.
but he was at least close. And they weren't projecting that beforehand during the primaries.
But even regardless, Clinton had so many super delegates. It was just an absolute monstrous lead for her. Once he got about
She,
halfway
she
into.
she even got a lot of super delegates from Vermont that she clearly didn't earn.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Well, that's why I'm for the abolishing the
Yeah, I heard
delegates.
about that.
But whatever. It's part of the process. But anyway, at least the Republicans don't do it. Necessarily
Yeah,
that
the
way. So
Republicans, they are better on that front. They have a
yeah,
they
they're
have a
like
better primary
it,
system.
yeah. It's like if he picks you to be the delegate, you are this person's delegate. You can't go uncommitted. Anyway, Colorado. There's just one outlying now, and that's Colorado's first, and even that I'd project that's a massive lead, 71 to 26. So Colorado's basically done there, and four of the seven will go to the Democrats. The Democrats have gained 14 seats. They're actually fairly close. They're only about 9 away. So if they do well out west, I think they might be able to do this. It's close, but they might be able to do this. It's 125, 109. We'll see the majority of it coming in California in the moment, but far away now. It's just the Senate was an absolute nightmare for. Democrats. Um, so in Pennsylvania, all of that remaining is going towards the Democrats. That actually, I think Democrats lost seats in Pennsylvania, though. Quite a few. Oh, look at this in Ohio. Remember the special election back in August, guys? Wow, that is the only outlying congressional district left in Ohio. And of course, that's the rematch between Troy Balderstein and Danny O'Connor. And it's not as close as last time. And I think maybe this is one of the districts we should look at to, as an example of how good the Republicans are doing tonight. Because it's 51-47 right now. So Balderstein, he's doing quite a bit better. Or rather, if you want to think about it the opposite way, Danny O'Connor's actually losing quite a bit in the percentage. Balderstein's just a little bit better, but O'Connor's really far down. And that is looking to be Balderson's seat once again. But this time, for the entire 2 years, 93% is in there too, so it's looking like the rematch is going once again to the Republicans there. Looks like Maryland, there's absolutely no change at all.
Iowa finally has
So,
some results coming in. That one was seeming to be delayed a bit,
oh,
but
finally.
I'm looking at
But
their
it's same with
House
Arizona.
results. Yeah, Arizona, and
The,
also at least here on the New York Times site, some of the other
I
mountain
think, yeah.
states. Utah was delayed for me, at least on this site, but yeah, Iowa finally has results in.
Well, I had Utah right away, at least with Mitt Romney. But let's take a look at Iowa. There's one Republican there, Christopher Peters with the lead, but that was the one that was, I think it was a likely Republican, the House forecast. Let me see. It was likely Republican. I was right. Sorry, that was Steve King.
Yeah, I was
Hang
following
on a second.
that district with J.D. Schulten. I heard about him beforehand in the fourth district.
Yeah, hang on. So yeah, the fourth Stephen King, but hang on, the second is a solid Democrat. Like I'm not even joking, 98.8%. Well, let me go take a look at this. What is it right now? How much is it?
It
Because
seems like
that's
it's
gonna
only
answer a few questions.
like 2%
Okay,
in
two
right now.
precincts. Yeah, not even two precincts. Okay, that makes a lot more sense because I'm like that can't be right. But
The
what did
third
Steve
district
King?
has about 40% in, but the other three only have like 1 or 2%.
Yeah, the third is doing as it should be right now. Yeah, the fourth, Steve King, is down about 3,000, but only 1%. So, Nebraska, what's going on there? It's all Republican again. Although there was one that was a toss-up, though, wasn't there? Which was a second or third? Let me go check. Yes, Nebraska's second, Don Bacon, was a tosser. Leading by 4% right now, is 63% in. That's fairly sizable lead for Tosser. And by the way, I want to go back to Georgia in a second. I want to go back to Georgia because I want to see what happened. Because I think it was an absolute nightmarish result for Stacey Abrams there. So what happens in Georgia? Let's go see. Because it's surely a lot is in. Yeah, 60%. Brian Camp has a 12% lead. He's actually gone up since we've last had a look at him. So this is looking very good for Republicans tonight. The situation beforehand, it was looking really bad. So I'd say this is a good night for them. Really good night, despite the circumstances. Thousand there. And let's go back to Florida. I just left it, but Florida, I think we're good to make a projection there now because we've seen a lot. Look at this: 98.5, 0.8. It looks like only about 90, 80 precincts left to report. And governor race, DeSantis, he has a full 1% lead there and 98.6% as well, roughly the same. So, yeah, I'm thinking both of these will probably be projected right now at the same time, and we'd probably be right. I mean, I don't want to because it's 2000, but honestly, it's looking really, really good for Rick Scott and DeSantis right now. You know what they say about the silent majority, the silent vote. It can
Yeah, all the people that the pollsters miss. They end up making the difference from what they projected to what the actual results are. It looks like Mark crashed out of Discord. I don't know what happened to his PC. His stream is still up. I think Discord had an issue on his end. Let me check back in on Vermont local races. Let me see. Let me check out my district here. Hello, are you
anything to
back?
do with me.
Yeah,
Oh
all of a
yeah,
sudden
sorry, I don't know
you just dropped out of Discord.
I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, that was
I
strange.
must have clicked like X by mistake or something. I'm sorry. Okay, that was weird. But so that guy is clearly pissed. Um, to Florida, is that supposed to be a joke? I'm not understanding that one. Um, he's very happy about the victory there. ACLU, very very. And even amendments, and I just heard 2 hours ago, Amendment 4 in Florida has just passed. This guy's very happy about this. Something to do with oh, they're going to be granted back their voting rights, former felons, which, in my opinion, but it looks like Florida wanted to do that. Yes, lots and lots of conversation. It's success in Florida. Why are you the way that you are? They're special, okay? They're special. Don't hurt them. Don't hurt them. They're very sensitive, very special. But you need to be very careful with those two states. The Democrats again, 15, 129, 118. Let's go back to CNN and see if we can get any things there. Never mind, Jake Tapper playing with his special little iPad there. Let's see if we can get some newer footage for you. Of course, I'll watch it back on, well, somebody uploads it.
Mark, if you're interested, I have some updates on my local races here that have new
That would
results.
be great.
So,
And actually, they're in a break right now, so you can go right on the house.
yeah, so the district that my friend I told you about is running in the state House of Representatives. It's a
Really? Okay.
yeah, so it's a three-way race, and there's two seats, and the incumbent is likely going to win one of the seats, and my friend is challenging somebody else for the second one. And currently, they have him trailing the other guy by only, I think, 10 or 11 votes. Not 10 or 11 points, but 10 or
Right,
11
that's pretty
votes.
close.
Yeah, and the town that he is from, which is going to be his strongest town, hasn't been called yet. So I'm thinking he's going to be able to pull it off, although a bit closer than I thought it was going to be.
Wow. I mean, 11 votes is Vermont.
Yeah,
I've seen that before, but
yeah, and I'm in a very rural
that's,
part of
you know,
the state. But
I know
yeah,
you are,
currently my
But,
friend, his name is Patrick Seymour. He's at 1,127 votes, and the other guy is at 1,138. And they're within 0.3% of the vote here. So once this
right.
last bit is called, I
There you
think
go.
he's gonna get pushed over. So that's the update from
It's
my area.
it's well, that's very exciting. Much more exciting than some of the races we've. But well, then also contrary to that as well. But that's awesome. Thank you for the update, and that's why every single vote matters, guys. Seems a welcome to the stream. Hello. Who do you want to win? I won't personally say, but I'll tell you after. I'll tell you after the election's over. But as of right now, I want to try and remain neutral, at least as good as possible, or at least as factual as possible to all of you. And I might provide an opinion here or there, but nothing too controversial that will lead one person to you know not like the footage that I'm putting out to you guys. So
You have to remain
need
an
to make sure I
unbiased and impartial provider of information,
as
right?
much as possible. Absolutely. Exactly, yeah. Sometimes I can tell you, it can be hard. Sometimes emotions can get the better of you, so you have to be careful. But Sunza, thank you for the question, though. I know you're really interested in who you think I want to win. But let's get back to Sally here for any outlying results. Sally says the lead. I don't think there's really any changes. Missouri, though, went back to Josh Hawley. Oh wow, and actually he has a 12. Am I reading this right? 12% lead. That's a lot. I did not expect it to be that large. But then again, McCaskill, McCaskill came back before, so she could probably do that again if she wanted to. She had enough votes. Florida were actually about to project Florida. Actually, I don't even know why we're waiting around for it, but we can project it. They have more than 50, and that would be an extremely good night for the Senate. The House, 12 minutes, as you guys can see. That will be all 53 in California. It will be 5 in Oregon, and it will be what would that be? 10 in Washington, there, and the Idaho #1 as well coming in. Some of Idaho 1 is closed already, but the top half is in the Pacific time zone. And Hawaii as well with that too. But we're still waiting on Alaska. Alaska's at 12 a.m. and 1 a.m. And that's actually a close race there, by the way. At least slightly close. But if it's anything like the results we've seen so far, maybe not. We'll have to
Yeah, I remember Alaska's gubernatorial race was like a 3 or 4 way race, so that might be interesting to keep an eye on as the night goes on.
I noticed that the independent Doug
Yeah,
Walker is not
and
running again.
well,
He's
I
a
think he's
Republican and Democrat this
I think he's running again. It's just that he's falling behind in the polls behind the Republican, if I remember
Well,
right.
if he is, then that's really unfortunate. But honestly, he was conservative anyway, wasn't he? He was
He was
leaning
kind
that
of
way. So
conservative, but I'm not sure exactly what the situation was, but he wasn't necessarily a straight Republican style, but
no, no,
Alaska's another state
no.
along with
It's kind of
Alaska's another state along
kind of
with like
same.
Maine that has a lot of independents that run and do quite well in general.
I was about to say it's almost exactly like Maine
Yeah,
in
yeah.
a way. So that's probably what's going on there. But Alaska, they've always been uh, going to the right. I can't remember how many elections they've elected
Which interestingly,
Republican or
their legislature is controlled by the Democrats because of some
that's
weird
right.
like there's some
Well, for
Republicans that
some
cross
reason,
over or something. Yeah, it's really weird.
I heard that three, or at least this is what I've read, three Republicans decided to cross the floor or wanted to join with the Democrats for some reason. It gave, I guess, the Democrat Republican coalition, if we can even call it that,
Yeah.
one seat majority, and I don't know if it was on issues or if it was some sort of special deal. You got some sort of great
Yeah,
position.
and then all the independents that are
I
in the
don't know.
legislature also go with the Democrats, so that kind of pushes them over the top.
But yeah, but that could all change
Yeah,
someday.
I wouldn't be
You know,
surprised if that flipped to the Republicans at any point.
it could. But then don't forget, isn't there also an independent in the legislature as well, right? So that's also part of the
Yeah, I
position.
think there's several in the Alaska House and Senate. I think they both have independents
I
in
think
them.
they both do, yes. But we haven't really talked about the state legislatures tonight, although we mentioned it at the very start. Several states are doing it. We haven't really seen any results for it, and I don't know if it's just it wasn't popular enough, or we just didn't, where to get the data.
Yeah,
But
I'm trying to think of any states that I heard anything in particular about their state legislatures, but I can't really
I
think
would
of any.
really want to know what I would really want to know what Texas and Florida are like. I really want to know what they're like, drastically. Because even though he lost, you know, a Democrat was doing a straight Democratic ticket, all across the board, the ballot paper, whatever.
Yeah,
That can
sometimes
still
one
change the legislature.
yeah sometimes one big name candidate at the top of a ticket can help you know rise up other candidates from that party all the way down the
Well,
ticket.
think about 2016, Donald Trump. I mean, I
Yeah,
can't imagine how many just went Donald Trump, and I want
yeah,
this
exactly.
person for senator, and I want this person for my congressional district.
Yeah, if
And
you,
on and on.
I mean, if you have the president and senator and House of Representatives member all from one party that you like, you don't know all the other candidates, you're just going to vote with that straight ticket in some cases. So that can
Easily.
definitely be a big factor in some of these
Exactly.
races.
Of course, up here in Canada, for me, everyone locally is non-partisan. So unless you research them and what you know, what they want to do or what their views are, it's almost
Yeah,
impossible to know anything about them. But
yeah,
I'm not gonna lie, I had a trouble with a few of the candidates in the local election. I was like, who the hell are these people?
yeah.
But
Here in the
they've
U.S., you have to get down to like the really local level in order for it to be nonpartisan in most
right.
cases. At least in
I found
Vermont.
really good website that like shows all the different branches of the you know government or whatever, like even like local legislatures and all that, and like once you get down to that, you can see like hundreds upon hundreds of just all non-partisan, and then you might see one or two Republican or Democrat, and it's like,
Yeah,
wow.
I know it depends on the state, but at least here in Vermont and the New England area in general, you have to get down to like the municipal and like town level for everything to be nonpartisan.
Right.
Because even at the county level, like where I'm running, there's parties that endorse basically all the candidates, and there's some independents, but yeah.
I totally get what you mean. Yeah, but there's a great website, and we actually have bookmarks. Let's see what it's called. It's actually a really good website. What is it called? If I can find it, I have plenty of bookmarks, so it
Is it
might take me a while. Oh, there it is.
ourcampaigns.com?
No, it's called Vote Smart.
Vote
Vote
Smart.
Smart
Oh,
dot
I've heard of
org.
that one.
Federal, state, and local governments. So you can take a look at all of it, and yeah, it's pretty awesome. I thought about using it for there's so many, it's just impossible. How's the host race? Well, as you said, the race was done a while ago. Taxes put them over the line. But the host, they've gained 14 seats of Democrats. That means Republicans were able to get one back. I'm not entirely sure what that is. Could have been anywhere. But I want to go take a look at Maine second very quickly, because up in Maine second, look at this. Oh my, Bruce Poliquin. He is, oh my goats, ahead of Jared Golden. It is knack at Maine second congressional district with 29.4% reporting. Really close up there. It could flip. It could flip. In New Hampshire, they're not done in New Hampshire's first yet. Although actually, it's actually pretty close compared to what we thought it would be. 4,000 vote difference there. Chris Pappas there, 57%. And 5 minutes to go, even less than that until the polls close on the West Coast. Link to the website. You just search it up. Search Vote Smart on Google, and yeah, local government or something, and you can find it. Really simple, and you can just have different filters, and you just search through different filters, and you can see all the different people. And by the way, John Curtis saying Utah's third. He uh, he has a very large lead there. Should be projected soon. But Rob Bishop keeps going away, but that one's also a Republican lead. Utah's second. It's actually closer than I thought there. But actually, they have the lead right now. Wow, I thought that all four would go to the Republicans, but perhaps not. Even Utah's fourth there. 10,000 votes with over half of the votes in. It's quite interesting. Nevada going at 11? Hold on, let me check. It might be, because that's why I don't see anything there yet. Nevada, no, Nevada's gone already at 10. I don't see any Nevada um, results, so that's interesting. What about in the Senate? Nothing in the Senate either. That's really interesting. I think we also, did I miss a projection? I don't think so. No, I don't think I did. Let's take a look at Michigan. Oh, well over 2 million votes there. Stabenow has 200,000 vote lead now, so she has quite rightly taken over. Um, John Tester, just as the poll said, he's doing rather well. Matt Rosendale was never really a good candidate on the Republican ticket anyway. He split the vote massively with two other candidates in the primaries. It wasn't really anything spectacular, but Tasta very easily there. I think Tasta, I think he was the only person. I don't think he had any primary opponent, so he was able to come right to her, McSally, and she has nearly 1% lead, but only 7% reporting. Takes forever to report. Let's see how Arizona goes. Missouri, Josh Hawley. Look at this, nearly 10% now for Josh Hawley. 61% is he. That means that counting votes from today. No, that's pretty crazy. Florida, they still haven't projected Florida. 99% is in. I would be good to project that now. In fact, I might do 11. We'll see. We are just about a minute away now, actually, from the polls closing. And also on CNN as well, they are, well, hopefully they are take a look at the results along with us. But there we go. Republicans keep control of the U.S. Senate. That's actually there now on the bottom bar there. So they've actually acknowledged U.S. Senate victory. They're just talking their little panel like they always do at this time of the night. Right, we are only a few seconds away from the polls closing on the west coast of the United States. In the states of California, Oregon, Washington, Idaho's first congressional district, and finally North Dakota, and also Hawaii as well. They will be closing in the next few seconds. Get ready, because we're about to make some major projections.
Yeah, they're going to have a lot of the districts in California closing now, and that's going to be some craziness coming out of there. There's some, I know there's some
And we can now
tight races in
project
Southern
that
California.
California. That's right. In California, Dianne Feinstein is projected to win once again in the United States Senate. Absolutely no problems there for her. In Nevada, once again, of course, too close to call, too close to call. Nothing we can do there. That closed an hour ago, actually. No results there yet. In Washington, too close to call there right now, or too early to call, rather. But we'll take a look if we can make some projections. Maria Cantwell and Susan Hutchison most likely will go Democrat there if polls play true. And let's go ahead and give you a key race alert. And we can give you some updated numbers in Florida, 99.1%. And Rick Scott, over 4 million there. He's 0.8% lead, very large, and almost ready to project that for him. Let's take a look in Missouri. Josh Hawley, very large lead there, nearly 10% with 61% reporting. In Arizona, Martha McSally, nearly a full 1% lead there, but still early in the counts, 10% there. All of those at the inside right now. One on the Michigan side, one on the Democratic side, sorry, is Michigan. There we go. Stabenow has a really good lead now over John James. The other vote may have played a factor, about 2% there. 48% is in, and not able to make a projection yet, but we may be able to shortly. And also we can project in Hawaii that Mazie Hirono has defeated Ron Curtis there. And of course that was the same Democrats seat all the way. And
Yeah,
he's
Hawaii
currently
is kind of
50.
a one-party state with the Democrats.
Really is 50 for the Democrats, sorry, for the Republicans right now. Messing up my words. 40 for the Democrats. There are 10 seats left remaining here by the looks of things. You need 50 to win the Senate, and GOP has done that. They're under Vice President. Vice President can cast a tie-breaking vote if it remains at 50, so that's why they win instead of getting to 51, if you get what I mean. And let's go ahead and give you a key race alert and take a look at what's happening in the House right now. States House of Representatives, we have lots of projections for the Democrats in California. This may help them out quite a bit here in the quest of retaking the House of Representatives. There are some states, though, that are too early to call or too close to call. That's California 48, California 45, and California 25 for sure, maybe even more in a moment. But for some reason, I seem to have closed 5:38, so I don't know what happened to it. But let's reopen the host forecast and get some projections going there because there's absolutely a ton of races that can be called. Let's take a look at this. Here we go. Let's start out in Washington first, where it's a little bit less hectic. In Washington's first, Suzanne Delbene will be projected to win the Washington's second, Rick Larson. Washington's sixth, Derek Kilmer. And in Washington's 10th, we have Danny Huck. Uh, Pramila Jayapal in Washington's 7th there. And on the Republican side, Dan Newhouse, the incumbent, will be going back with the win there in Washington's 4th. In Oregon, Greg Warden, the incumbent, he's going back to the United States House of Representatives. In Oregon's 4th, Peter DeFazio, very easy when there's the incumbent, he'll be going back. In Oregon's 1st, Suzanne Bona Bonamici, I believe it is. I'll be going back. Greater than 99% chance to win. And Earl Blumenauer, quite a name, also projected to win. In California, on the Republican side, Paul Cook. In fact, no Democrats on the ticket there. He's going to win against the Republican um, opponent there. California 23, Kevin McCarthy. You know this man very well. He will also be projected to go back to the House of Representatives. Second, Davin Nunes will be going back to the House of Representatives there. And also looks like in 42nd, Ken Calvert projected to go House of Representatives. Several districts have been taken by the Democrats. However, though, too many to mention all in one go. Too close to call in California's 10th, likely Democrat there. Too close to call in 25th, as we said, and also in 45th, though, with the lean Democrat. Too early call in California's 50th with the incumbent Duncan Hunter. I think that will just about do it because really not too Idaho, we can now project that Russ Fulcher in Idaho's first will be going back to the House of Representatives there, of course, with polls closing finally in Idaho's first. I believe that's it for the projection. That's a lot, though. That is indeed a lot. It's going to start coming in now, all of those House results. We'll have to see about Nevada whether when that's going to come in. Forgot to mention that the next polls close at 12 a.m. Eastern Time in the main parts of Alaska. However, we are not able to make projections in Alaska until the final polls close at 1 a.m. At 1 a.m., that's when we can make the final projections in Alaska because some of the islands out in the far west-hand side of the state decide to close them. I guess the just too far out just makes more sense. But that's when we will be able to make our projections in Alaska. About all this, this is quite an election. That, but this one was indeed a surprise. Or as he started to get results coming in Oregon. Oregon's second congressional districts already 44% precincts reporting. That must be lots of mail-in votes or something. Greg Warden has the lead there. But Oregon second, I believe we did project to. Yeah, see, we did project him, so absolutely no problem there. And Idaho, yes, we did Idaho. Idaho's a total blowout. Just take a look at Montana, and looks like Kathleen Williams has a good lead there right now, 16% in. And that one originally, though, was supposed to be a likely Republican. So that's actually really interesting. How the Democrats, with 16%, they have a fairly sizable lead there so far. And they weren't able to hold it for long. Maine's second congressional district is gone back to the Democrats now. 32.5% is in, and it is now a 2,000 vote lead for Jared Golden now. So it didn't stay like that for long. And wow, California, most likely, we are now giving you a major projection. And now, with all the data we have received from Politico and various other sources, we are now able to project that the Democrats, the Democratic Party, will win the House of Representatives. They have enough in their column to win the 218 majority. The Republicans thought they could push it back as far as they could, especially with what was happening in the Senate, but they're not going to make it. 148 for the Republicans right now, 141 for the Democrats, and it's only going to get larger from there. We don't know how much the majority is going to be, but that projection just came in from Politico right now. The Democrats will retain, or will actually no, will take control of the House of Representatives. Just as I said that, we got both houses of Congress complete. That's 11. You know, I got it right. I say 11. We'll have both projections in. And we do. Which is awesome. Figures, but we have a really good idea now of how it's going to look.
So, what's currently the projected minimum seats that the Democrats get in the House?
You know what? I have to find that out. But let me take a look. Okay, well here's a look at the seats gained. Wow, they've gained 15 seats so far. We thought they would gain about 13, so they've done better in the House than originally projected. Republicans lost 15. They thought they would lose 13.
Because I'm still seeing
291
it. I'm
races.
still seeing it tick up here on a New York Times site as it comes in on the West Coast, and if they're projecting it
200.
already,
They are on Politico. I don't know about other sources, but 291 races are called so far, and there it is, 218 to the majority. It doesn't say what the minimum is. Yeah, I don't have those figures, but
because
they're really not
that'd be
bad,
really
are
interesting
they?
if they can sort of just barely get over the line, and then there's a really close margin in the House as
Oh,
well as the Senate. That'd be very interesting to see.
yeah, well, the be wrong, but yes, it would be chaos, like I said before. But they projected this with no California seats reporting anything at all. In fact, they just started doing
Oh
it now,
wow!
and
So that's without
California's won
California as a
four,
factor.
according to Politico, but California's won fourth and 16 have came in and or just started coming, and they're all leading for the Republicans right now. Not that really matters. I think they're all pretty solid seats, but California's first is unlikely. California's fourth is unlikely, and they said 18th. That's also somewhere in there. So that's uh, that's probably just to be expected. But it's 150, 143 now. 142 still lying. But did you think the Dems would have more or less by this time, though? That's what I wonder. I don't know. Florida's projected now. It's nearly exactly even, except for Florida's 27th. That's what made the difference. But by the way, in Iowa, all four of them are now under the lead column for the Democrats right now.
Oh
It's
yeah, I
very
see that.
interesting. Wasn't supposed to
But
be.
that lower east one, southeast one is now on the Democratic side.
Right, that's fourth, and they have a really good lead too, 13,000. That's
Yeah, it looks like
crazy, and the
about
fourth one just came in from
20% is reporting in those three now, and it's up to over 50% in the third district with
the
a
fourth one
Democrat.
just came in from. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying the third district there, which is over 50%. That one was also a Republican incumbent, and the Democrats in the lead there as well by a decent margin.
That's that's where they may
It's
gain
pretty. That's
some
pretty
votes.
surprising. Yeah.
Absolutely. Oh, not necessarily. Not necessarily. They were upwards to election day, thinking something like this could happen. So, I mean, we're just surprised that the Republicans did so well tonight, as they did.
Yeah, and some of those
So,
southern states and the governor races and yeah.
California 16th has came in though, so that's four in the lead for GOP in California. So, I don't know. They must have gotten it from all the ones from LA or whatever. There's so many in the LA area. It's absolutely ridiculous. Like
Yeah, around
so
the San
crazily
Francisco
stacked.
Bay, around San Francisco Bay and Silicon
Exactly.
Valley, there's a lot of them too.
Yeah. Are
Densely
around San
packed.
Francisco, and the 30s are in LA, and the 40s, 50s are in like towards San Diego. So those are the main urban areas. So, still nothing in Nevada, by the way. It's just interesting.
Yeah, Nevada's still completely gray for me. In fact, California is still completely gray for me on these other sites. But
On Politico for the Senate now, I have Dianne Feinstein with some results, but they have her projected,
I have the
as
Senate
they should be.
uh, coming in already, but not the House in California.
Now do projection here for Washington. And we can now project that Maria Cantwell, although we weren't entirely sure about it before, it's absolutely true now. Maria Cantwell has won in Washington on the Senate side, 43% already in, and she has a absolutely massive lead, and she's going to win very easily in Washington. What's the Nevada yet, though? As you said, on both sides. I want to take a look at Missouri though. Josh Hawley, I've literally not seen the difference. And Florida, 99.4, ticking up ever so slowly. But I would say both projections. And they haven't called Maine yet either for Angus King, even though he is a massive majority there. Politico did not. And Michigan's still going, but it's looking a lot closer to what the polls were like now. That makes 50 to 41, 9 seats left remaining. Yes, Arizona, Washington, Montana, Missouri, Florida, Maine, Michigan. Oh, that's 7 for me. What's the other two? Or am I missing one? Hang on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I only see 7 on that map that are. Oh yeah, so Nevada's at 8. Nevada's at 8. But what's the? Oh, Alaska. Alaska's the other one, probably. Yes, because the. Well, actually, no. I'm hovering over Alaska. They don't have one. I don't know. I don't know. We'll have to figure that out. But just has 9 left remaining. There. I'm a little confused about that. Whatever. Let's go back to the house. See if anything new. 4 Democrat leads now for the host. The 144. Let's go back to CNN. Let's see if they are projecting the House. Yes, they are. They project the Democrats take control of the U.S. House. Yes, they do. Close. Actually, it's 12 a.m. For most of Alaska, but we can't make any projections for Alaska at that time. That's up in the overview screen. Hopefully you guys are liking what we're doing so far. Oh no, it's Van Jones. We all know when Van Jones goes on a rant. Remember his white lash thing from 2016? Wonder if he's doing that again. Let's get the chrono going. Okay, how long now? 41? Be about 40 by the time. Yeah, about 40. My computer's a few seconds off too, so there we go. We'll go about 40, and that's when the next polls will close. And the final polls will close, at least for the 50 states at least. That's 1 a.m. But then I think there's still more territorial closings later on in the night, like 4 or 5 a.m. So I even know if we'll be up for that. I think I'll be in bed by that point. The stream's working fine. Still dropped a shit ton of frames though. Still got a little laggy. I guess Squish Chain's busy, so he's doing those
Yeah,
things.
I'm just flicking through these Senate numbers.
And the map, we never really got to it, but it doesn't really matter now. Even Fox News is projecting it. There you go. So I wonder what Donald Trump thinks about all of this. What is he saying? Was going, well, I'm really happy that, you know, the house was not completely taken over, like, apocalypse scenario. And we retain control of the Senate, but now it's both. It's one's Democrat, one's Republican, so that's a little shaky. Oh no. And he did admit, some things he thought he could have done better in the interview right before elections. Amanda's success tonight, thank you to all. Yes and no. In Florida and Georgia, I'd say absolutely bang on yes. But in some places, no. Especially in some host seats, some very critical host seats.
Yeah, I kind of think Trump just kind of wanted to keep a bit of a buffer in both the House and Senate, as long as the Democrats
Oh,
didn't gain too much in those chambers.
well, you knew he was going to be an optimist regardless. You knew he was going to find some way to make it, you know, a good, not a good thing, cheerful scenario. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? Cheerful
he
tweet.
he'll have a way of spinning it no matter what. That it
Yeah,
was.
well, yeah, and that's what you want to do. You want to try and acknowledge the success and try not to think of the losses.
Yeah, and he knew that there wasn't going to be a massive blue wave like some people were saying. He knew that that wasn't going to be the
Why?
case.
I was thinking the same thing. I knew there was going to be some change, and there was, but there was no blue wave. The blue wave was a myth. It was a scare tactic, probably at best. And honestly, I am saying that it's a neutral point of view because if it was true, we would have noticed early on, like well before the polls have closed, that
Like
it was going to be massive.
perhaps
Uh,
within
we
certain states there could be, you know, big changes for one party or another, a blue wave or a red wave, either one. But on the national scale, there's not a huge difference in either direction.
But do you think it's going to start to divide America more, or do you think it will probably help a little bit?
Definitely, definitely as far as Congress goes, if it gets a lot closer of margins in the chambers, that could definitely lead to more polarization. As far as the state legislatures and governorships go, I'm not really sure because those are kind of more independent and they don't, it's not like a whole legislative body. Um, Definitely, if you
I
have governorships that are going against state legislatures or one party controls the state senate, one party controls the state house, that could lead to more polarization even on the state level. But
think about
Yeah.
it, Donald Trump probably is very happy that it's only the House that's going to have a slight majority here, because magic. They were talking about the media earlier today about possible investigations they could launch on Donald Trump. The possible
Yeah,
impeachment
exactly.
if they had both houses. They could probably
Yeah,
throw
that's
some
kind of
kind
that
of.
buffer that I was saying earlier that Trump wanted to keep, just to have some
I think he caps it tonight.
padding around his administration within the U.S. Congress.
I think he did well at keeping that buffer, like you says.
Yeah, I think so too.
99.5% of these, and I see they're doing this again with just like 2016. They're going to wait until it's all in until they protract it. I'm not buying it because hardcore evidence, hardcore votes. It's downright nearly impossible now for Bill Nelson to come back. And Josh Hawley, well, obviously he can still lose it, but he's actually getting a sizable lead and retaining it. 67% in. We'll have to keep monitoring it. Martha McSally as well. That's even closer. Still only 11%, so our race could be a while. What's going on with Jackie Rose and Dean Haller, though? That's supposed to be the closest race of the night. We have no votes so far. I don't know what's going on there. Figure out something about that. Now, you were asking about the majority of the Senate earlier now, and I see the Senate going up, the Senate number going up for the Democrats, but the GOP stayed the same. So I'm wondering, is it these states they're still outlying that's going to make that number go up or not? I don't know, but we'll see how large that majority is going to be. The larger the majority for the Republicans, the better for them. That's for sure.
And you also have to
Nice.
think about how this is going to set up for the 2020 elections, because with the president, a lot is going to hang on what party is in control of both chambers of Congress
You see,
leading into that.
Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer. I bet they were planning something undercover, like, hey, if we get the majority in these houses, this will be a perfect setup for what we can do for 2020. Like, absolutely,
Yeah,
we got the numbers, we got the support, we got the money. This could be a really good opportunity, but I think that opportunity is ever so slightly broken now because it didn't go all the way. To ask some Democrat supporters now, what do you think about this blue wave people were talking about at the start of the night? Are you thinking, wow, it wasn't really a blue wave at all? They were just saying it's a scare tactic, or do you really think it's still happening? But you know, there were just some, I don't know, they'll think of some sort of reason for it, right? I don't know. Are they still in that blue wave mentality now? I really want to know. Because it's kind of a yes and kind of a no at this point.
I think there's some people that will always stick by that. They think, oh, if it's not this time, it'll be next time. There'll definitely be a blue wave. But
Yeah, well, I think they were thinking that in the primaries too. They were
yeah,
thinking, wow, we're doing so well in these primaries. Look at how supportive we are of our candidates and all that. And they're thinking this blue wave come the election will be great, but not really so much tonight. So it depends on region too. In some regions, yes, it kind of was, and other regions it wasn't really at all. There's one. I was first now is Abby. What do you say that last name? Fakenauer has been projected there. That's the first of the four there. So they're getting
which
at least
state is that
one.
in?
That's in state of Iowa. Iowa's first as came in. That's a projection now, and I can't really.
Oh
I
yeah,
mean, I could probably say the other three are just behind them.
yeah. J.D. Scholten.
There's ton of races out in California which are not coming in yet. It's one while for the, I guess, final figures as you will to come in. Because really, it's just Alaska after that, and then it's complete. Will come in shortly. In seconds, it's close. It's close, but I don't know. 36% will wait a bit longer. All of West Virginia's congressional districts are Republican again, so no change in that state. No change in Kentucky at all. But kind of lucky, Andy Burr, he was really on the ropes there. Because if Amy McGrath won, that meant blue wave, but she did not, so no blue wave. Now Indiana, there's still votes being counted in Indiana's first, and no projection yet. If I were you, I would project that.
Yeah, Peter Visklowski, or however you pronounce that, he has a very sizable lead, and 80% reporting is what I'm seeing. So that is kind of strange.
To go take a look at some gubernatorial results now. You know that everything's died down to Sunny and the host, because there's not really too much left to go. So we were just talking about it as Bill Nelson and Rick Scott. Rick Scott, you're a lucky man, mate. You're really lucky. Really lucky, but you know what, mate? You know what? Maybe the hurricane helps him. Maybe it helps him. Oh no, the hurricane. I think that plays a huge factor. And Ron DeSantis. Okay, guys, we have another. We're low on this space, but rather we'll figure that out in a second. We have a projection right now. We go. And we can now project that Ron DeSantis will win the governorship in the state of Florida, the toss-up state that we all thought would go for indeed quite some time. Well, it's finally over at 11:30 at night. Ron DeSantis wins over Andrew Gillum, and there will be no black governor in the state of Florida. Not yet, but
Yeah, Ron
he
DeSantis
tried. He
with
really did
just
try.
over 4 million votes there to Andrew
He gave him a
Gillum,
run for his money, though.
about
He really did.
75,000 vote difference there. That's still pretty close.
Yes, JP Post, Democrat host, Democrat. And that is your projection there. And, we might as well do it for Rick Scott as well, because honestly, 99.6%, he's got a very good lead there too, so might as well project it for him there. But I also want to take a look. It's saying you're very running low on this space. We'll have to take a look at that. I want to take a look at Georgia, though. I really do want to take a look at Georgia. We've only been live for like a few hours. Oh no, we'll have to see. I might have to put something on my USB here for my videos. But let's take a look at Georgia. What's going on there? If you'll let me load. It's always so slow. It's DeSantis. Wow, I did not think he would win it. It was a likely Democrat. Okay, come on. I want to go Georgia, not Florida. Video folders probably like extremely full of something. Just extremely full. That's all. So we'll fix that in a second. But here's a look at the results. 82.9% in Georgia right now, and Brian Kemp has a good lead, about 8%. It's narrowing a little bit. It's not 20% like before, but Brian Kemp over Stacey Abrams. Not looking like a black governor there either. It would be the first black governor of Georgia if she had won, but
I
Not
think
looking that way tonight as of
she would also be
right
the
now.
first black female governor, I think, in the country, is what I heard.
The country, I thought that too, and same would be Gillum as well. So that's interesting that Republicans were able to stop that because they're black, but they're stopping it because they liked Rick Scott and they like the DeSantis, they like Brian Kemp, and
And did you
they're
hear
on
any?
board with Donald Trump.
Did you hear anything about the controversy going on in the Georgia race? However,
Oh, yeah, oh yes. There's been controversy, sorry, in a lot of races,
but
and yes,
particularly
Georgia
in
was
this
one of
one,
them.
the Republican
Yes,
nominee was the incumbent Secretary of State, and there was a lot of issues with. Some people were saying that they were trying to suppress the vote in some places, which that's never a good thing.
yeah, no, it's not, but they could be lying too. You never know. They could be lying, but yeah, if they are doing that, then that is not a good thing to say.
I mean, anytime the uh, you know democracy is being questioned, that's a red flag for any party.
Really is. Singapore, okay, that's 2.67. That's 3.92. Why am I using 4 GB for 2 hours? That's just stupid. Let me see if I can put on my USB here because I do have a USB. Let me the first two though, not the current one. The current one is obviously the one I'm using. One that's recording and streaming right now. Let's see if I can boom copy over. If I can do that and I can delete it really quickly, that will massively help me because saying I'm running out of space, which is stupid. I'm having crazy problems right now, but. And by the way, other 1%, 30,000. I don't know if that really plays a role, but a little bit. It would have been a little bit closer had the other vote not been a factor. By the way, North Dakota. I want to take a look. I think they're having a gubernatorial race. North, or is it South Dakota? I don't remember. It's one of the two. Yeah, I think it's South Dakota. I'm sorry. And the Republicans flipped that seat in North Dakota in the Senate, which she just said there. Let me search North Dakota. Sorry, South Dakota. Huh? There we go. That's what I wanted to get. Right, gubernatorial election. Okay, well, Christy Noam, something like that. GOP ahead of Billy Sutton in that race. 5%. Nothing really interesting here. It is a toss-up. But 86% reporting looks like the GOP have it pretty well there in that race. 6 minutes remaining for that 7 GB had all over. But go wait, go make sure I don't run out in 7 minutes. But Senate's now 50-43, 7 still remaining, and Democrats are actually now ahead of the Republicans in the House race. 156, 155, and 124 is still out lying there. And that's because of California. We just got the first California projection. Mike Thompson will win in California's 5th there. And everything else is Democrats or Republicans there. By the way, New Mexico's sacking congressional districts. 68% reporting that is going Republican there. So you might see a Republican remain in number 2 there. Excuse me, sorry. That was a toss-up, by the way. Surprise. By the way, I love the Subway for dinner. I forgot to eat my cookies. Shit. Let me eat my cookies. Oh my gosh, I just left it in the bag. What a fucking idiot I am. Okay, sorry. Sorry for the swearing, but That was stupid of me. Okay, cookies, come to me. They're not stale. Because if they're just left out like that, they'll go stale. But okay, it's fine. Double chocolate chip as well. But we've been so involved, I forgot to eat my cookies. Um, Georgia 6. They're close, but not that close. 3, 4%. Really, not too much else to say. Off here, or should we wait to Alaska? Maybe we should wait to Alaska. On that, and then we'll probably be pretty much done. The nice thing is we don't have to be up to 3 or 4 a.m. in the morning like 2016. We're not waiting for Michigan, Pennsylvania, and all that to do recounts or whatever, or just generally take a long time. But gonna stand up and stretch now. Oh, my legs needed that. I've been sitting for hours. It's late outside too. People are starting to go to bed now. I think you were here before in the voice room, but I love the buttons on the shirt. Very nice.
Oh yeah, yeah. I was wearing them this morning because I was going around doing some campaigning with some other people.
Uh, Nancy Pelosi is speaking. We are going to listen in right now. Nancy Pelosi there talking to her supporters and to America about the win in the United States House of Representatives tonight. They lost as well, and we only caught part of it, but trying to, I guess, well, essentially what everyone's been saying, try to get a better America, get America back on track. Talked a little bit about the swamp. She sort of used a bit of Trump terminology there, but spun it in a way that worked for her, and and what her vision was, what she wanted to do. So, I don't know if she did that on purpose or she just came to mind, but speaking, that I think she is fairly happy, despite missing the sun. I think she's fairly happy with getting the host tonight.
I mean, the Senate isn't her responsibility, so she just wants to become Speaker of the House. So
I'm sure Chuck would really, really love it if he got control of
yeah,
the
Chuck.
host.
Chuck would definitely like having the Senate, but
Absolutely would. The hard drive now, it copied over into the Google Drive, guys. Don't you worry. That's the exit poll. I call him the exit poll guy. I really don't know his actual name. I never pay attention, but anyway, he's really good talking about exit poll results all the time. It seems like it's just about talking, reflecting now. This is more the reflecting stage tonight, and we always see this. Where they go, well, we did really well here, we did really bad here. This would have wanted, but we got this, or whatever. You empty the recycle bin here. There we go. Wait, that will help out the hard drive a little bit there. Wonderful. Hey, how things going? Yeah, things are going fine. By the way, what's the time the polls close? 12 minutes 42 seconds until polls close in Alaska. All of it's pretty much done before Alaska, but now there's Don Young, who is in a lean Republican situation right now. If a Democrat gets Alaska, that would just be the cherry on top for Pelosi, that's for sure.
that would be something else. Yeah, that'd be amazing.
So I don't know. We'll have to see.
But I believe Don Young is quite popular in Alaska. He's the lone representative for the entire state, which is kind of insane with how big the state is. But
Well, it has to do with population and
population,
stuff
yeah, and
too.
it's very thinly spread. I get that, but he just
Yeah,
appeals to everybody up there.
awesome. Just like Wyoming and North Dakota and all that.
Yeah, I honestly think you could take the populations of Wyoming and the Dakotas and Montana and have just one representative for all of them because of how low the population is.
I wonder how many states population you can fit into the state of California. That is
Oh,
what I wonder.
probably half the country.
I mean, there's a reason they get so many electoral votes come election time.
In fact, actually, here in Vermont, we do something like that, similar on the state legislature level, where different counties will actually be like grouped together if they have a low enough population in the state house and state senate.
It just makes sense, right? Because there's less
I
people.
mean,
Why do you need so
it
many
it sort
people?
of does, but if you wanted to keep it similar to like how the federal Congress is, then you would have each county be separate, which is kind of what I think would make the most sense. But that's how they do it sometimes.
And Yeah, you're right, and
Because the differences in population are pretty minor at that point, but people that draw up the districts and counties and stuff try to just maximize the equivalence of population, I suppose. But it can make things
we had
sometimes more.
a problem.
Oh, go on.
Yeah, we had a problem with that here too. We had problems with redistricting for the local elections, and the premier wanted to move it down to 25 wards, but it was originally 47, and he actually ended up winning.
So they'd
Very
have to be
cruel.
combining some of the wards there.
Yeah, he did, yeah, and also the notwithstanding clause, which something most people don't know about anyway. But he was aimed. So it's 25 wards, less people in the Toronto City Council now. So anyway, he just thought there was too much for how little the population was, because he was like comparing it to like LA and all that, where they like have almost the same amount, but their population's like a million times larger. So it makes sense. By the way, I really love my cookies. Very, very yummy.
They didn't end up going stale.
Thankfully, no. I thought it would, but it did not.
uh,
Minnesota 8, did it go Republican tonight? I want to find out if it did. Because that was one for a flick to the Republicans tonight. Let me find out. I don't even think it's called it. It's not, but they are winning. Very good margin. So that would be one of the flips to the Republicans tonight. In fact, one of the very few flips to House of Representatives. So what about out in Illinois 12 and 13 the groups as well? And both of them Republicans are winning, but actually it's very close in Illinois 13. Very close. And so 5,000 votes, 97% to breach, but Republicans might just barely keep those two very gerrymandered districts. And Ohio, I wonder what Virus City thinks about Ohio tonight. Districts there and 12 went Republican. City's in the politics channel and using Politico, what a surprise. But article here I just found from the Dallas News. In defeat, Beto O'Rourke moves Texas closer to purple. That's an optimistic way of thinking about it, I guess. We'll have to see. I mean, he was good. There might be another one out there that's not as good. So just because of that one guy doesn't mean
yeah,
the rest
even
of them are
even
also
if Beto O'Rourke ends up losing by a good margin, he really, compared to how when the campaign started or right after the primaries, what people were predicting, he really got a lot closer than anyone expected. Regardless,
he got closer because he campaigned on really good issues and
and also Ted Cruz
he
isn't
met with.
exactly the greatest candidate,
Well, he
even for
never
the
necessarily
Republicans.
bashed Ted Cruz either. You know, generally you see one candidate bashing the other, but I didn't see Beto do that. Oh, Beto, sorry,
Yeah,
I didn't see him
he
do
was
that too
campaigning
much.
mostly on policy and issues instead of like
Yeah,
the
like
individual, his opponent or
that.
identity or anything like that.
Whereas Ted Cruz attacked him several times. So I do recall.
Yeah,
So anyway, some guy named Steve Shepard. By account now, Democrats have natted 24 seats, needed 23. without any California yet. Wow. So they were able to get it without California. You were right. But also Nevada as well. No Nevada. And in fact, I really want to figure out what's going on with Nevada, so I need to search that on Google or something. But no, not doing too much. Manny's 35 seats though, Democrat. So that's actually low 38 forecast had for them by about 4 seats. Not much, but a little bit. I really would love it if anybody knows a link to some of these state legislatures, because I really want to see what happens in some of those places.
What states are you looking for?
Honestly, any of them, but in particular, I would really want to see Pennsylvania, which changed quite a bit tonight, Florida, and maybe even Georgia too.
Um,
Maybe Georgia, but
I think if you do a web search, if you just type in the name of the state and then Secretary of State website or like election results, then that should come up with the official state website for election results.
Secretary of State. There we go. Let's take a look and see if there's anything there. Of course, it'll take me to the main page, but let's see if it has any results here. Click for election results. We're going to do that. In fact, we're nearly at the polls closing time. We need to get ready for that. But oh, okay, will not be released till 8 p.m. Eastern time. Well, it's well past that, so yeah, you're very not useful. Okay, Florida state results. Maybe like FSU or something, but let's see. Um, not not for the state boy. Florida election. No, not that. The House results. How about that? I think it's really just talking about nationally. There we go, Florida legislature. That's what I want. What we got to, yeah, we do have some results from Florida, the Florida legislature. Most of them, in fact, all of them, pretty much 100 now. And a lot of Republicans won. Wow. Lots of Republican won. Wow, wow, that is a lot. Only very few Democrats. Wow. But what's the final count? I just want a final count, really. But okay, not a big deal. So we are roughly about a minute away now. Polls closing in Alaska. First polls close in the main parts of the state at 12 a.m. Eastern time. However, though, we are unable to make the projection in both the House of Representatives and the is it gubernatorial? I think gubernatorial race in the 12 a.m. cycle. We have to wait until 1 a.m. when all of the polls are closed across the entire state. So about 40 seconds to go. You can see the light purple there. I know the legend didn't have it for some reason, but that's 1 a.m. That's the earliest time we can make a projection for Alaska. And after that, I'd say we'd pretty much go to bed because that's about it. And I really want to know the results of Georgia, whether there's a runoff or not. I don't think there is, but I have to see. But 12 a.m. Eastern time, no one really tends to care about this poll closing, but we are, okay? We are here at the Mercury 45 community. So let's go ahead and give you a key race alert right now. Of course, you knew I was going to say this. Too early to call. Too early to call in the Alaska House of Representatives election. Don Young and Alice Galvin. We will start to get results this hour, but we will not have the projection until 1 a.m. at the earliest. And also in the gubernatorial election as well. It's a key race alert for you. It's not a projection this time. There is no further projection at all. It's alert, really, for that. Both of Idaho's are in now, and it's Republican galore. Really easy, though Wyoming, I think, is even more in Wyoming. What's going on? Oh my gosh, Greg Gianforte has retaken the lead. 26.2% there. It was Kathleen Williams all the way before, but that has just changed. Become Republican after all. There's just there's just two California seats now with no results. The rest of it's almost all Democrats. So I wonder what the majority is going to be like. It's 173, 165, so could be a good 10, 20 seats, right? So that's maybe not entirely sure. By the way, if anyone's still here at this hour, thank you so much for coming out. You are amazing. I know it's been a long night. Lots of you guys came here to see the results, see, what's going on, who's keeping control of what house. We're going to go over to that, see. Ooh. I've never seen before. Close up, we'll see what it looks like. By the way, is Donald Trump going to talk tonight? Hey, sorry. Do apologise for missing it, but
I wouldn't be surprised if he gives some sort of a speech.
you say something. Or even, Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell saying, "Wow, look how well we did in the Senate tonight." And it's McCarthy, obviously, not so good, but the feasible, the different things, okay. Projections and all that. By the way, New Jersey second congressional district, Associated Press called this, and that's Jeff Van Drew wins New Jersey second, the Democrats. So GG to him, congratulations. Easy for all of the different things. There's so many talking about. I think you actually like ask questions and things too, so that's pretty cool. Go for for Squishin at least, take a look at his very home state of Vermont.
Yeah,
Because
that's what
pretty
I'm
much
checking
everything's
right
been like
now.
because it's your home state, bro. You have to be looking at it constantly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna wait and see when more results come in for Congress, so I'm just looking through some local things now while I
Why did
wait.
they make it green though? I mean, they didn't have to make Bernie Sanders a green color. That's just horrible.
Yeah, they should have made it gray, but I
Hey,
suppose
grey
green
or
is
even
okay.
like some shade of blue. Even just some like different shade of blue would be fine. And governor, completely the opposite. I'll never understand you people. Independent,
Yeah,
caucusing with Democrats, and then GOP.
I'm looking at some of the governor results in certain towns and cities, and I'm surprised with some of the results. I thought that the Democrat would, even if they lost, I thought they'd have a much larger lead in some of these areas, especially around places like Burlington and Montpelier, the major cities, and Rutland in Vermont.
Honestly, there's not too much going on. I'm looking at all the Vermont results and not really saying too much. I mean, look, it's showing the minority more GOP by a long shot.
Yeah, I'm looking at my own Secretary of State's website so I can see like each town and precinct in detail.
Yeah, of course. And college educated voters, they all seem to come from the west though. Is that the because that's the most urbanized bit, I believe. But
Oh, so you have different like demographic statistics on the site you're using.
yeah, that's what it exactly is. And also they given like little graphs and things for the little, I don't know, for the Vermont at large congressional district. It shows on the right how it compares. It's comparing it to somewhere in rural Mississippi. That's totally the same. Carolina, oh yeah, totally like rural South Carolina. You know, you're seeing Vermont as every single day, guys.
Vermont is the southern state that snuck in and just is hiding up there in amongst the other New England states.
I mean, people probably think it's part of Canada.
Yeah, that's what a lot of Americans think. Some people think Vermont is just like a town or a city up in like Massachusetts or something.
Lol. But the same could be said about New Hampshire as well. So
I mean, New Hampshire's a bit more well known across the country, especially with politics because they have the New Hampshire primary, which is kind of a big deal during presidential years.
oh, it's a big deal because it's the first one. So and I was looking at the results the other day. I was like, what? Why do they do it this way? Why do they have a 10% threshold, but then they divide it by all of the numbers and not, do some sort of, quality precincts, subtracting, the people that don't matter, because otherwise the delegates would have been completely different. And
Yeah.
it's just like Donald Trump, he got 8, and then on the remainder, he got the extra 3 or whatever, so he got 11. But if it was only with the people who were eligible, he would have gotten a lot less. It would have been a very tight New Hampshire primary with Cruz and Rubio or whatever. We'll see.
Yeah, I
It,
also
it,
follow
it was
the
quite a surprise.
I also follow New Hampshire politics quite a bit because I'm on the east side of Vermont, so I'm familiar with New Hampshire in general quite a bit.
I always wondered why couldn't they figure out some way to just become one like single square state in the
It's
northeast
actually
and do
funny. Back before Vermont joined the U.S. and before it was even its own sovereign republic, New York and New Hampshire were originally fighting over the land that became Vermont. It's actually kind of funny.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, it's interesting. U.S. history.
Guess New York doesn't care about that anymore.
Yeah.
they they got plenty of real estate down near the down near the, I guess you could say, ocean, very close to the ocean anyway. Not right on the ocean, but it's close. I'm guessing to be a little bored now, waiting for 1 a.m. so I can do the projection. Still nothing out in Nevada. I'm gonna search not
Yeah,
YouTube.
that's what I was about to say. Is are there any
Search people.
results that we didn't have out of some of the western states that are finally starting to kind of get filled in?
I do not see a damn difference at all. And Montana, John Tester, just his leader's massive. And Florida not projected for Rick Scott, but I did it. I knew he won. But let me search Nevada. What's going on tonight? Going on tonight in Nevada? What's going on? Polls have closed in Nevada, but voting isn't finished. I was 14 hours ago though. I got some results. Nevada on Twitter. Let's go to Twitter. Let's hope it's about the election, not about something else. Okay, let's see. Right, no results will be reported until all voters have cast their ballot. So now bookmark silverstateelection.com, which is our results website. We'll let you know whether when we start reporting results. So apparently polls are still open. Probably, if I had to guess, machine problems. Because lots of states were reporting that. And actually, 52 minutes ago, take a look at this, guys. This was the line outside, I guess, one of the precincts in California, and apparently Nevada as well. So do not leave the line, because if you do, you cannot get back in it to vote. If you really do want to, make your vote count. But if you really want to, say, oh, I already know the results, but still, it still means something. We'll have to wait a little bit longer to see what the toughest is going to turn out to be. I mean, it's like Florida. Florida, in several elections, it takes forever to figure out who the winner is. Just think the same with Nevada this time. By the way, Maine was never projected, but Angus King never lost the lead, so I don't know why they to him. GOP is 51 now, and that was with, I guess, one of the North Dakota, Kevin Kramer. He's projected there now. So GOP fully wins. Doesn't even matter if they're, if they have Vice President Pence or not. They got 51. They got a majority. And Democrats 43. It's looking to be a little bit more. Maybe 44. And by the way, Missouri's in as well. Okay, yes, Missouri. Josh Hawley has beaten Claire McCaskill. I did not project this, by the way. Late now, but it's 92%. Has 8% leads. He fell behind quite a few times, but he was able to make it back up. So Missouri will stay red, and it reaffirms what Donald Trump did in 2016. Arthur McSally as well will be taking over Jeff Flake, who's leaving, right? And over him, and Arizona is quite an interesting state when it comes to the Senate, that's for sure. See, it's a 99.8%. I mean, it's nearly completely done. Bill Nelson, though, did not crack 4 million votes, though, today. That's unfortunate for him. I wonder what he's thinking. He's thought, oh, I had this in the bag. But nope. Just like that. Just to let you know, I know you probably don't care, 1 AM is the final poll closing times for Alaska, and we're going to get that ready on the overview right now. Final polls close. And that will pretty much do it at that 1 AM poll closing.
Yeah, I think that's
Karen's
where I'm
probably
gonna kind of wrap it up for myself too after that.
because there's no point in staying any further.
Yeah, I'll come back to it tomorrow to analyze everything and break it down.
What you could do, though, is take a look at some of the territorial results.
Yeah, I'll plan on
Going
checking
on.
those tomorrow, but I'm not going to stay up till 3 or 4 a.m. or whatever for
Exactly.
American Samoa or Guam,
Well, Guam
Mariana.
was
Oh yeah, Guam and Mariana
thing.
was early this morning, that's right, yeah.
Is not until next week because of the typhoon. But
Oh yeah, that's right, they had theirs delayed in Mariana.
that's right. And I just found that out like early in the morning. I was like, oh, okay, whatever. Okay, I guess my first projection is at 5 instead. I mean, I was
So,
staying up all night anyway.
so technically we're going to have to wait like, you know, over 100 hours for the election to finally be totally over and done with.
Well, technically, but
Yeah.
nobody would ever wait that long. But we have projections for a reason. If we didn't have projections, we'd be waiting for hours.
Plus, there's probably lots of recounts happening, like in local races across the country with close stuff. So
Most likely. Right, the countdown's on for the final polls closing now at 1 AM in the morning. I guess not finishing some of these scenes is honestly not too bad anyway. T20 as well. I'll certainly use in 2020. Real, that was the Senate forecast, which got shattered to pieces. House forecast, which was kind of accurate, but not entirely. Random pages, oops. So yeah, not too much anymore. Wait, they were talking about Alabama earlier. Kay Ivey. She won it very easily in her gubernatorial race. You look at Arizona if there's anything there. No? Gubernatorial, really. We go. Arkansas. Yeah, we were talking about that. Asa Hutchinson. But Arkansas's always Republican. Feinstein. You know what? It was actually fairly close between Feinstein and Kevin DeLeon. Is that his name? I don't know.
Kevin
It
De
was actually
Leon.
two Democrats.
Yeah, they're both
It's
Democrats.
actually.
They don't even have a Republican or Independent or anything running. It's just all
Oh, you know why?
Democrats.
The jungle primary. That's why.
Yeah,
Jungle primary is the real
they have the
one.
weird primary system.
It's where you combine Democrats and Republicans and everyone together. It's
Yeah.
essentially what the general election is, but It's a primary. It
Yeah,
could be.
I don't like that.
Oh, I mean, it's fine. I mean, it gives you
I
preview, but
mean, I
you
wish that they
actually
still
get to
had
see
a
them.
regular primary before it, and then they could call this one where they put them all together like a secondary or something, and then have the runoff. But I don't know.
So, but Dianne Feinstein will win. Only 200,000 votes, though. That was why I was surprised. That's all. And let's find the next state. We're just sort of rapid firing through the different states. Jared Polis, he got the win for governor in Colorado. It's to be expected. It's becoming more and more of a blue state every single year. The outer bits are Republican, but the inner bits that tend to be more Democrat. Don't even need to bother to look at this. That's for Sleepy Pilot. Very easy to project that. There we go. Let's go back to Florida here. East for Ron DeSantis. Tonight it was for the GOP in Florida. They strike again. I want to go back to Georgia now because I never really got to see how it ended off. Do we have a runoff or not? I don't think we do. No. See, here's the thing: 93.1% is in, but Camp has 52.7. You need 51. Sorry, no, 50 plus one or something. Yeah, 50% plus one vote to win outright. Because otherwise it goes to runoff in December. And in that case, Abrams would have a second chance. But if Camp is, if he keeps that 2.7%, then he's the outright victor. And all of that campaigning that the Democrats did, bringing in celebrities, Oprah, bringing in John Lewis, the House of Representatives who just got re-elected again tonight, and several other people, even former President Obama. Did he go there? I think he might have gone there too. Abrams fell short. We'll keep an eye on for whether it's a runoff or not. But in the House, I know Louisiana are having just the House race, no Senate or whatever this time. Are they? Do they have runoffs as well for the House? I don't know. It probably won't matter. They're all really. In fact, every single one here is a majority, so they don't even need to bother with a runoff. But I do believe they would have a runoff too. I think they did that in 2016 for a few of them. Yeah, all of them. Right. So they won't need to bother with the runoff elections. By the way, North Carolina, normally that's a toss-up, but what happened there? Just haste for them. Okay. And it's probably did rather well there. GOP there. Rant unopposed. It really depends where you are in the state. But... By the way, House is now 182, 170, just 83 races left to go. That you really care anyway, but... I think we'll be ending off rather soon. Probably right after 1 AM. We'll probably project Alaska 1 AM. and CNN going on about right now because they're probably still to phones again, of course.
Yeah, what is CNN up to right now? Hey, Kazoo. How's it going? Oh, is my stream having issues at the moment? Oh, it seems alright. Can you hear me alright? I'm just going through the election results across the country. I'm doing a co-stream with another streamer, Mark Rio 45, who covers elections quite frequently. He's a pretty good streamer for that. Yeah, it looks like my microphone levels are alright. Were you able to get out and vote, Kazoo? You can't hear me. That's weird. You should be able to hear me just fine. I was just asking you if you were able to get out and vote. And also, if you can't hear me, I'm not sure what's wrong with my stream audio then. Because it says it's all fine on my end. Trying to zoom in on Southern California here.
There's a little bit to talk about the Democrats there. What they're going to do with their new found power in the House of Representatives. And what do they need to do going forward? There's less than 28 minutes now to go until the final projection can be made in Alaska. And let's just take a look at Florida again, 99.8, no difference. Already projected them. Arizona, we never officially projected them, but they're 28% through, and it's looking really likely for the Republicans there. Montana, John Tester. Gotten a little bit last, but Rosendale hasn't caught up too much yet. Nothing out in Nevada's long polling line, so it's going to be a long time before they get projected. Let's go over to the House, and a lot more is projected in the House now, especially out in California. 187 the Dems have right now. They need 218 to win, but they are on track to get that. And Maine second, all good. Actually, Maine second is still really close, so could go either way there still. So regardless, it's going to be really interesting.
Yeah, Kazoo, I was asking you if you were able to get out and vote today yourself.
Well, Maine's mostly the same, but
yeah, California's very blue. Some parts are like a one-party district.
the map for your reference, I can't believe we went through all of those states.
And I'm over here in Vermont, which is also
that's just absolutely crazy.
very blue, except for the governor's race, which is actually surprisingly quite Republican.
These already go to bars. Obviously, his Vermont stuff is already over, so.
Oh, I'm still here. I'm just talking with some people in my stream, so I didn't want to have that coming through onto year end.
Yeah, no,
Oh, you can hear me much better now, Kazoo? Yeah, southern Arizona. Let me
I
see.
don't know what to do now other than maybe fill in this map.
Yeah, because Arizona is sometimes Republican.
Let's go and do that. Let's fill in the map. Look at all that blue. Rust Belt was
Third
returned
district.
blue.
This guy, I know. I've met this guy, Raul Grijalva from Arizona.
2016.
Oh, you voted by early ballot? Well, that's good, as long as you got to vote somehow. Yeah, Raul Grijalva came over to Vermont a few months ago, and I met him
Looks like
because
Democrat.
he's a pretty cool guy.
Right thing. They got.
Oh, the other guy I'm talking to is Mark Rio 45. He's another streamer. He covers elections news from around the world on Twitch, and I'm friends with him on Twitch, and he covers this sort of stuff more often than I do. He's quite good at it.
All of the little ones in between.
Let me zoom in on Phoenix here.
DC, we don't need to do DC.
That's a pretty close race. Debbie Lesko.
Delaware, New Jersey.
David Schweckert.
Connecticut, Rhode Island. Of course. New Hampshire.
I'm shook southern Arizona is blue. I mean, it's the same thing with Texas. Like, along the southern borders, typically leans Democratic. Like, down here in the southern part of Texas is very Democratic. This one here, Republican, but only slightly. And around El Paso is heavily Democratic as well. It's kind of the opposite with New Mexico, though, where that's blue in the north. So yeah, I'm not sure.
You still got a race going in Montana.
Which one of these districts was yours? Are you in one of the red districts?
The red, there's lots of reds tonight. Red leading, I actually don't have the red.
Yeah, it looks like Martha McSally.
It's Arizona and Florida.
Won the Senate race there.
But
I don't think you had a governor's race there. Oh, you did have a governor's race. Doug Ducey over David Garcia and Angel Torres. There's a military base in southern Arizona. I mean,
Utah, Wyoming.
Yeah, I guess typically around military areas is Republican, but that's probably just one small part of like the whole district. So.
Indiana, crazily.
Oh, you're not in Arizona? I remembered you saying you were.
And we got Mississippi.
In that state at some point, but
Texas.
I might be remembering incorrectly.
That's all. Anything there.
It seems like Western California is very Republican, as it usually is. Out in like the desert and stuff. I'm surprised Nevada still hasn't had any results coming in yet.
They do have authorities, but not exactly. It was changed against Steve King. He's gone back into the lead, 86.9% there. Might not be all blue after all.
Hey Mark, are you getting much data out of Nevada so far?
Yeah, I like that. That rhymes. No.
I'm not seeing.
Nothing in the house.
I'm not seeing anything out of there either. It's kind of strange.
But it's because they're long lines, I believe. I think they left polls open.
Oh. Well, it says the polls close at at 10 Eastern, so.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah.
It's okay because we already know who won both houses. So.
Yeah, I suppose they only have 3 districts, so.
Close to guessing the exams over the 218 line. We're at 192 now. It shouldn't be too long now.
Yeah, now we're just waiting
26
for
more
Alaska to add
K6
that
to come
one.
in. Alaska. No, Alaskan are forecast as a lean Republican, but you guys with no projection or projected later, when I or and risky projection. I
I'm
believe
not
my
sh
parents have gone to bed, but
I'm not sure who the person was that was running against Don Young in Alaska. I don't know what the party is. It just says UDI on my site here.
it's a yoi.
Yeah, I don't know if that's like undefined or I don't know what that means. It's not
Democrats
independent.
independence or something? I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
It's probably like Union of Democrats Independence. I mean that's what other countries.
Oh yeah, it's like a coalition sort of thing.
Yeah, I thought so because I know other countries they have a UZI and called that, so I figured it'd be the same thing. It's away from the polls closing. That's on the very outlying islands of Alaska. Close.
Yeah, Kazoo, I'll show you my district. So Vermont as a whole just has one congressional district, one representative, and then my district within Vermont in the state legislature. I'll actually show you. I think I told you. Obviously, I was running for an office at the county level, and I had a friend. I think I told you I was running for the state legislature. Let me actually check in on the results there. The Caledonia 4 district, right here. Yep, my friend Patrick Seymour, he was the one that was running. So these three towns here is my district. Well, looks like he won. And this person was the incumbent, and this was the person running against them. Yeah, the states of Vermont, Wyoming, both Dakotas, Montana, I think, and Alaska all just have one single congressional district because the populations are so low, that's what determines the boundaries of congressional districts is the population. Unlike the Senate, where each state gets 2 senators. So the population of Vermont, which is like 600,000, is only enough for one representative. Whereas most states have 3, 4, 5. In some states like California, New York, they have like 30, 40, 50. And my county here, which is also, even within Vermont, quite a low population, we only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, that one's kind of weird because some of the towns are in a different county one, but we have about 5 districts, whereas this county over here and this one in the middle here, they have like upwards of like 6 or 8. Still pretty difficult to hear. Let me just increase my mic right now. I have kind of a weird setup right now because I kind of threw this together right when I got home because I was working at the polls today. So I got right onto the stream and just started without any hesitation, but it might not be the best stream setup. Yeah, I can show you the congressional results in my state. So for example, here's the race with Bernie Sanders. You can see he has like nearly 70% of the vote. And Representative, the Democrat Peter Welch, got a similar amount, 67%. You can see most of the state, most of the towns and counties voted that way. But then with the governor, it's about half for the Republicans, so it's kind of leaning in the other direction. Hey, Dragonly. And yeah, Kazoo, Bernie Sanders was running this time because his last election for Senate was in 2012, and the Senate terms are 6 years, so the next one is this year, 2018. And yeah, Bernie's probably going to run for president again in 2020. I hope he does. Not going to lie. But yeah, so you have an independent senator, Democratic representative, and then Republican governor. The Democratic candidate got about 40 to 55. But then with the lieutenant governor, the incumbent progressive candidate, Dave Zuckerman, you can see I'm not sure why they have purple on here as the color. It should be like green or something, but yeah, there you go, David Zuckerman. And then the Republican that was running against, there wasn't a Democrat in the race. Or I guess the Democrats also nominated him. I like him. Yeah, David Zuckerman, I like David Zuckerman and Bernie Sanders. Yeah, I honestly don't care for most traditional like Republican or Democratic candidates, but I always find out who a candidate is. I don't ever just vote by party. I always vote for the specific candidate because I want to know what their specific policies are and what their plans are. I don't just vote because they have a R or a D or any other letter next to their name. But yeah. Dragon Lee, did you vote today? I know you just said you're off to bed, but I'm not sure if you're old enough to vote. I hope if you are old enough that you did. You and your sister. I think your sister's old enough. Mercedes. I hope you both got out and voted. You guys are in North Carolina, I believe, if I remember right. I'm not sure what the races were down there. Yeah, it's always good to research the candidates beforehand. And even if you don't think there's any major issue going on in your area, it's always good to at least try to find like online just interviews with the candidates, or watch some like debates, or articles in the newspaper or something. You are old enough, but you did not register. That's not good. You should register to vote, Dragonly. And yeah, Kazoo, I understand with some judges, like, I'm actually guilty of this time around. Some of the candidates for the elected judge offices in my county, I knew very little about, but I still try to get as much information on them as I could beforehand. Let's see, Caledonia County, yeah. William W. Cobb for probate judge. I knew very little about this candidate. We have 2 assistant judges. I think if I remember right, I voted for Haskins and Vance. I'm sort of familiar with Vance. He's the only name that I recognized before this election, but yeah. So yeah, I understand it's hard sometimes to get all the information, but there's lots of online resources for all of the major state level and up elections, and there's usually some resources for candidates at the county level and stuff below there. Like 50 judges. 50 judges all in one, like, within what area? Is that like a county, or I don't know if that's some other district. I'm not sure how they do that in your state. You're gonna get Minecraft in when you get paid. Nice, for the Switch, I'm assuming. Let me go back and see what Mark is saying. Just listen to him.
Looks like
Guess he's not saying much.
Between 32 and 36 seats in the House. That's the current projection. That's good, but just a couple seats below what.
This is one that was falling quite a bit. Was Florida governor race and Texas Senate race.
Job in the House sums.
Wait for this to load. Yeah, I've got my buttons and my I voted sticker. Here's my own button right here.
Some lovely dog photos there, very nice.
That people had made for me. The local party. I thought it was kind of silly, but vote for me. Not that it matters. And I have a Bernie button because I live in Vermont and Bernie's like insanely popular. I don't know where the results thing went there, but I'm gonna just find it here. Yeah, the Democrat Beto O'Rourke was making the race really close in Texas, which is, obviously always heavily Republican, but he made it quite interesting. But it doesn't look like he quite was able to win, although it still is only 2/3 reporting, so I suppose it could still swing.
Give the felony conviction the right to vote, and it's 60% support to pass, and I believe it did pass tonight.
But yeah, Kazoo and
Starting to get tired.
Dragonly, thanks for stopping by my stream either way.
Only
I
no
know neither of you
you're
really care quite as much about politics and stuff as I do, but
only a few minutes away. We're almost done. Almost done, guys.
I just
Looks
figured
like
since
we're
I'd be
only
doing this anyways,
in the
sitting
race.
here watching all this stuff, I might as well
Still got
stream.
21 seeds to go.
It's hard to hear me again. I think that might be on your end, Kazoo, because everything's fine on my end.
I think it's because, yeah, California, but that would put. Let's
I
see,
have my
25
microphone
and 15.
set up just like I
Nice.
usually do, and it's working fine.
21, yeah, that's the missing bit there that we need. Or not that we, what the Democrats need.
Yep, good night, Dragonly.
If they can do that, we'll have the election over. With or without Nevada.
Oh,
Unless
you definitely
Nevada
care about
comes
politics.
in
Well,
and
that's good.
brings about.
I mean, obviously, like when you stream and stuff,
That
it's
go
mostly
for?
just gaming and stuff, and that's completely fine. You don't
Over.
want politics in your stream, which is totally understandable. But as long
What
as
about the voting?
in your personal life, as long as you follow the
Latest
issues and
congressional district is see. That one
you've
outstanding
been to lots of
midterm,
streams tonight and you could hear them
13th.
just fine. I'm not sure. I can't hear my. I'm not playing my stream back. I'm playing
The New York
Mark's
2012.
stream on my
Just
smartphone.
looking to grab it.
But at
Where
least
is
on
it?
my end in OBS, it's saying that my audio's fine. I don't know if it's an encoding thing that's on, between my PC and Twitch. I wouldn't be able to see that.
That's almost done. That one's
Here
very
on Twitch, it
close.
says it's fine.
This one, actually, this is the
Excellent,
shortest. That's
even.
quite big. That's Don Bacon. Them are closer than others.
Yeah, you don't want chat getting mad about
Been
politics.
conjunctive than others.
I understand. Sometimes that would be difficult to manage, so I don't blame you there. But it's at least good to
The
stay.
results,
Definitely good to stay involved and aware of what's going on in government.
the way Michigan nearly thought about that. Michigan 8. Very unattractive.
Actually, I want to check out one of these Senate districts over in Chittenden County. The 6-member district. 3, 4, 5, 6. This guy's probably my favorite senator in the state of Vermont. It looks like he didn't win by all that much, which is unsettling. Yeah, that's a stream health, and yeah, Ted Cruz unfortunately held on to Texas, which that's why, like, if I could have one race in Congress that flipped, it'd probably be the Texas one, because I really don't like Ted Cruz, and I don't know why anybody would.
Same, but we're 2 minutes away now, so we'll get ready. We'll get ready in a second to do it.
Yeah, I'm still just waiting here. I'm just talking to people in my chat, so I'm paying attention.
I have no one in my chat. I have 4 viewers, it says, but no one has talked for like hours. I'm ending soon anyway.
Yeah, I'm just waiting here to see the 1 a.m. stuff come in.
Exactly. If anything comes in right away, which I really hope they do.
I mean, as long as
Ladies and gentlemen, this will be the final, well, not the exact final, but final in the 50 states of poll closings, and this is the 4 outlying islands of Alaska, races of the House and the gubernatorial. And by the way, it's Mike Dunleavy, the GOP, in the gubernatorial race.
Um, Only two or three options. Are you talking about in the Senate race in Texas? Yeah, there was three. There was only three candidates. So if you're saying besides Ted Cruz, there's only two candidates, and obviously the main one is Beto O'Rourke. That's who I probably would have supported in Texas. He's a, he's decent. He's all right, but it doesn't matter when you have somebody as bad as Ted Cruz. Like Ted Cruz has no um, redeeming qualities at all. Like I don't know why anybody would like him. Like even people who are Republicans say like this guy is just Ted Cruz is just kind of lame. He doesn't have any reason for people to actually like him. Like people who disagree with Bernie Sanders, they at least admit that he's a good politician and he stands for something, and he actually has reasons for people to support him. But Kazoo, I wanted to ask you, would you ever consider running for any sort of office yourself? Or do you think that you could use your time in a better way? You think it wouldn't be worth the trouble for you?
Crazy, crazy day it was. That's not even goes my face camera even, is it? If he finds it, that'd be great. Oh well, guys, what a stream. We saw some crazy results today that we did not expect to happen, and we like surprises. But having a split legislature now is very interesting indeed. How will President Trump react to this? How will Nancy Pelosi react to this? Will be the flames. And what about Kevin McCarthy? What does he think about this? Oh, it'll be a lot harder to pass laws, that's for sure. And you never know. What the Democrats might start to do now that they got this little bit of power. It's little, but they got it. And we're going to come in, but we're not going to stay up for it, that's for sure. I'm sure Swish will be going to bed soon as well.
Yep, I'm gonna be winding down here too.
So when we end off here, guys, about 50 seats still not projected, but that's 202, 183, and it's almost an exact flip, actually. The Democrats get what the Republicans previously had, and the Republicans get what the Democrats have, or somewhere about like that. It looks fairly close. And I don't know what about Nevada. What do you think about tomorrow? Yeah. So, guys, thank you so much for watching. This was an absolute crazy day, and
I thought it was a lot of fun today, regardless. Just seeing
that's a
how everything was changing,
well, and
and sometimes lack of
we
change.
we weren't entirely sure whether there'd be a blue wave, whether it's all false, whether it's it was so much uncertainty. But I guess we eventually got the result. We eventually found out. substantial, just about halfway. It's crazy.
Hard to believe.
Well, it really, really is. Well, guys, that should set the tone for, I guess, the end of this year, where we have a couple of streams in November, and that is about it for election 2018. It's pretty much the stunning conclusion to it all, and it's great to have you both here, firstly, with us. It's absolutely wonderful. And so I guess on that note, I'd like to say thank you so much for watching. Have a wonderful night. God bless you all, and we will see you next time. Have a great night.
Good night, everyone. Alright. How long have I been live? Well, wow, this one still isn't completely done. 99.8. That was a close race. But it looks like DeSantis came out on top somehow. I was kind of wanting Gillum to win. DeSantis didn't seem like that good of a candidate, but Gillum actually seemed alright, so I kind of wish that he was the one to win. Obviously, I first heard about him when my Senator Bernie went down and held some rallies with him, which definitely boosted his popularity and his ranking in the polls and stuff. That one's kind of disappointing because I was hoping J.D. Scholten would win. And he was there at the beginning, but I guess Steve King ended up picking up some more votes, and more votes for him started to come in afterwards. 93%. It looks like it's about 9,500 vote difference. So still somewhat close, 50 to 41, or 47. These ones both flipped. Oh no, those ones both flipped. That one didn't flip, that one was already Democratic. This one flipped, or was a pickup. Let me reload this because for some reason Nevada still is completely blank. I'd like to at least get some data even from there, even if it's like 5% reporting. Let's see the final, or I believe to be the final at this point, results for the for my Vermont House of Representatives District, Caledonia 4. 3 out of 3 precincts reporting. Yeah, looks like Patrick got it. About 25% of all votes cast, which that includes blanks, which aren't really votes, but I can account for that, and people will account for that afterwards in the results off of the Secretary of State's website on like other election sites. You probably got more like over a third of the vote. Hey, Mark. I'm just...
Thank you very much for coming out to the stream, by the way.
Yeah. I'm just winding down, just doing a final check on some Vermont stuff right now.
Some of your friends and all that.
Yeah. But I'm going to be looking at all the data over the few days to come, trying to make sense of all of it.
You seem to like it much more than I do, that's for sure.
I mean, elections are always fun for me, no matter what the outcomes are. I've always just enjoyed elections.
They certainly are fun, but yes, you tend to love analysing the data afterwards.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm okay with the basic data, and sometimes I like to
You
switch.
like to provide the basic data for people and then moving on, that's fine because that's what most people do. But I like to dig in and look at all the hard numbers and stuff.
Yeah, there's fancy data you can like from all of these. It's pretty cool.
Well,
for coming out and providing insight.
yeah. Thanks for doing the whole coverage of the whole election. I'm sure all of your viewers enjoyed it. I know that
I really hope they did.
that's what originally
Who
that's what originally drew me to your channel in the first place was watching you cover. I think it was the 2016 elections or something around then.
might have been. Yeah, 2016. It was okay. It was really just, man. I wasn't even supposed to stream that day,
You're just
but
kind of
you know what?
getting your feet in the
It plays
water,
well.
just kind of testing the
Yeah,
waters of
exactly.
that.
Perfect casting ground because I think it was my first real like election I did because I was getting interested by that point, but I never really did an election stream. That was the first time I really got into it, but I didn't have like any structure or anything. It was nothing like tonight or any other stream for that matter. But tonight I had it much more organized. It's still pretty disorganized, but
Yeah, this is only my second. This is only my second political results analysis stream. I did one for the primaries. Um,
hey, the primaries is pretty cool too because you know you get not just one vote but two votes to look at, and you can see how they all did amongst each other in their own party first.
yeah.
But yeah, it's you know everyone likes different things, and that's just one of the things I like. I know some people on my channel absolutely dislike it, so hopefully they won't.
they're only there for the flight
But
sim sort of stuff.
sim, that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
But for elections, I do enjoy it. It's just the projections and key race alerts and stuff. That's very interesting to update people on how the state of the race is going.
Well, I think there's a much needed niche on Twitch for people that stream this sort of content like we have that covers elections and that sort of stuff, not just gaming.
Twitch is normally, yeah, Twitch is normally gaming or maybe a little bit IRL, but I wouldn't call this IRL. It's very
Yeah, I
much
mean,
just
people do have like the podcasts and talk shows, and some of those cover like
yeah.
news and current events. So there's definitely a place for it on Twitch, and obviously
I've
it's
done
good for the public, providing people with election information.
I've done a few podcasts before, and some people like them, but it's just the election string was just different, and no one really ever did them. So I had a lot of flexibility in how I could do it. And sometimes I get viewers, sometimes I get no viewers. Really depends on the election and how important it is, and whether anyone actually finds it. But when they do, then we have a great time.
Yeah, I see a lot more of them on YouTube, and they usually have quite a bit more viewers. But even on Twitch, there's still a place
YouTube's
for it,
got a
I
great
think.
place for it.
Yeah.
Great place for it, but on Twitch you can do it live, which is even better.
Well, I mean,
I
yeah, I
personally
mean,
really,
I see live streams of it on YouTube as well, of
yeah,
election
YouTube
coverage.
live streaming, yeah, yeah, and I bet a lot of people did it tonight. It was
Yeah,
very interesting. There was one of the people I watched on YouTube for at least a little bit. They did great MSNBC stuff. See, I tried to do a little bit of CNN, wasn't that great, but
yeah.
he does incredible MSNBC graphics, and he didn't want to do the actual full 2018 midterm elections, but he did like all of the other elections leading up to it, which was quite disappointing. But
Yeah, I actually remember in 2016, that's how I spent the night watching was one of the actual independent news shows that I watch regularly did a live stream on YouTube of the election results, kind of like we did tonight. And yeah,
you just go through all of it, yeah. But
except it was
it
a
was
bit
fun.
more professional the way they did it, but obviously we're just amateurs.
Well, I wanted to try and be sort of like a news network saying, okay, well, if I were to give a projection before, you know, the polls closed, that wouldn't be, you know, very fair. You know, no news organisation would do that, and
Yeah, yeah.
so, so that's what I did then.
Yeah, I think the way you did it came out quite nice, and it wasn't necessarily fully professional, but it got all the information across, and it was impartial. It was unbiased, and you had good commentary. So
Thank
I
you.
think it was overall a success.
I almost got ticked off though when I started talking about um Nancy Pelosi and political issues and all that.
Yeah,
They thought that I was talking about like what would the reaction be like but they I can go on tangents sometimes and they make sure not to do that.
yeah,
But anyway, thank you very much, and I can see a lot of red on that map there.
yeah. This is just the governor map here. I'm surprised how much that one flipped, but or not flipped, but I'm surprised how not close that one was.
At least the black one it's on.
No, the black ones actually. These are the ones I was telling you about. In some parts of Vermont, there's so few people in some of these towns that they don't even have the vote in their town. The people in them have to go to like the next town over to vote. And there's
Oh
some
right,
down in southern Vermont as well. Yeah, it's crazy.
that's crazy. That's Vermont for you.
Yep.
Oh, okay, well, have a great night, and
Yeah, you as well.
it looks like Alaska will start bringing in the results soon and making
Yep.
them ready.
I'll catch up with Alaska and the territories and everything tomorrow, and I'll be checking all of that out
Yeah,
then.
yeah, exactly. Well, I want to see what happens in Guam. Did the results come out as expected, or did something interesting happen?
Yeah, and we'll also have to wait until the typhoon blows over. We'll have to see the very highly anticipated races come out of Mariana Islands.
Well, there's one race. I think it's like a Republican and an Independent. That's supposed to be
Yeah.
one of the races. But yeah, honestly, it's not very exciting in the territories usually, unless it's like Puerto Rico, the gubernatorial. I think that's
Yeah.
the real exciting one. Oh well, whatever. It is what it is.
Yep. All
All
right.
right, have a great night.
Yep. You too.
See you next time. All right, bye bye.
Bye. All right. Well, I think that's gonna be it for now. How long have I been on here? Probably 5 hours. Yeah. All right. Well, I can close these now. And yeah, I'll be watching all these. Well, not watching, but I'll be paying attention to all these numbers over the next coming um, days and weeks, and months. I'll be paying attention when all these new elected officials take office, including myself. And I think this will be my last political stream for a while. But yeah, 2018 elections. They were interesting. Uh, Regardless of the outcomes, it looks like turnout was fairly high for a midterm across the country. So I'm glad everybody got out to vote across the country, and we'll go on to next year, the municipal elections, at least in New England, in March, and then next year's an off year, so there's a few elections scattered around the country. few state legislature elections. And then, yeah, we'll go on to 2020 from here. And over the next month or so is when it's going to be the start of the 2020 campaigning for president gets underway. And then early 2019 will be finding out everybody who's running. So that'll be the next interesting thing to see. So looks like there's 5 or 6 towns still not reported in Vermont. They'll be coming in overnight probably by tomorrow. So yeah, that'll do it for tonight. It's nearly 1:30 in the morning, which is usually how late I stay up during elections. That's how I like it. Late night watching the results come in. One of my favorite times of the year, or of the biennium. Alright. Well, that'll be it for the stream tonight. Thanks everybody on Twitch for tuning in to either my stream or MarkRio45's stream and becoming informed on Twitch about the US midterm elections. So thanks anybody and everybody for watching. And yeah, have a good night and stay tuned over the next couple days to see what the final results were and what's going to become of Congress and governorships and legislatures and all of that stuff. So yeah, that's going to be it for this broadcast. See you next election.